Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'm a drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Baby, I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. You said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Baby, I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invincible. and maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. I'll be fine. To make you believe with my heart and hyperdrive. We do what we want, but when I'm free, with our hearts on
Hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, we are, of course, back for our final two games in the Champions League groups. Can we finally get back into the top 8, or will we have to settle for 9 through 16? In other news, the other Hungarian sides will, of course, still be in action. Molfeheva need to get their fingers into their asses. That's not what they want to do at all. That's just... Given what we know now, it's the exact opposite of what we want. I'll be honest with you, chat. I was still thrown. I was, like, trying not to cry laugh right up until the beginning of that intro, purely because of this quote from Hungry Heroes. You have absolutely no remorse because you're still laughing about the bonk man and his propeller. I had to, like, physically stop myself from cry laughing at that before the moment I started trying to do the intro. See, that is the -10 intro that you all dreamed of, and you've got it delivered. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thing is, right, I was on a roll prior to that. I was fully on a roll there, having a great time. I had it all planned out, and then the plan was they need to get their fingers out their asses and get the... I was trying to say their fingers... No, I don't know what I was trying to say. All I know is what I did say. Oh, dear. How's it going, chat? You did, Hibbos. You broke the bonk man and his propeller. Just... I want that on a t-shirt. Oh, you want a sausage roll? I wish I haven't had a sausage roll in genuinely ages. Like, a concerning amount of time. Like, might not have even been one this year. Genuinely. Maybe I need to stick my finger up my ass. Maybe that's what I've been needing all this time. Who knows? Who bloody knows? Save yourself. No, can't be done. Oh, a video what's just YouTube clips of the messed up intros. I blow dried my hair this morning, and it's really noticeable how, like, floofy it's gone. Ah, I'm glad I did that, though. Keeps it out my eyes. Oh, hey, back in the blues. Ah, dear. Oh, God. A 9-inch non. Well, that's something that definitely gets to go in the recap video then, I assume. Brilliant. Yep. It could still happen, Jacozy. There's still a chance that ED7 could save his career. For those of you that missed it, we have an ultimatum with Emmett Doran, which was if he doesn't produce a good youth intake for us this year, he's gone. However, we got the preview, and it's shit, but there was a B-rated player in it. His only hope is that there is a solid player in that. Potentially. Don't rest the sign project. Oh, God. ED. Well, it could. I don't know. It depends on how we get on in Europe, honestly, or whether we'll actually reach at that point today. It would just sort of depend. Because obviously we've got 2 Champions League games to go, which we're right on right now. And then we've also got... Well, we'll have some kind of knockout football. Just depends on what time we get to with all that sort of stuff. Because, as we've learned, Youth Intake Day is March 9th. We got there in the end. Fast, I can finally bring back the Treaty United top. I haven't worn this in bloody ages. Oh, well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's get off of this. Let's move on from embarrassment. Did I just see a random drop out in frames there? Oh, no, not having that. Don't know what happened there. So... what's happened since we last spoke? Not a lot, really, because obviously we haven't played any more games. It's just been over the winter period, where I played a load of friendlies. The usual sort of malarkey. We had, well, you could see Francois Xavier Hardy absolutely clapping cheeks across some of these friendlies, which is really nice. He just sort of stayed in the lineup due to various injuries and players disappearing for various other things at this point. So he's doing well. I'm glad to have him back. I'm just surprised at how well he's done across those non-competitive. Yeah, 15 goals in 5 games for him. Solid. I think he's redeeming himself a little bit so far for us, but it's whether he can be that backup striker in the league that we want for the moment. We'll see how he does over the rest of the season. You never know. National Holiday of Mexico, Monterrey. In it? No, that's the 31st. Oh, the stadium is. I love the way the stadium looks. Honestly, it's just. I don't know. I think it works for us. Obviously, at some point we'll have to make a new one once it once we get like a huge capacity increase, we could maybe make a more like super looking stadium. But I feel like for 19,000. That looks, as Zeep described it, it looks like a proper identikit stadium, and that's perfect for what would most likely happen in this situation. Given how much money this cost us, which is very little money, wouldn't be surprised if half those pillars that you can see are made of like graham crackers and things like that. So yeah. Yeah, admittedly, the one role would be a position we can't use, but that wasn't the deal. In fairness, I would have to give him a 1-year extension if that was the Budapest Bowl. Indeed, yeah, it does look very, very nice indeed. The only thing it's missing is like some Bang.com logos. However, I'm probably going to be regenerating the Bang.com brand, so I'm going to hold off on that for a second because you might have noticed that the subnames on Twitch have now changed. I don't know if that's actually something you can see on the user side. I think it has, but I'm gonna be steering more into the Bang.com brand, I think, and actually using that for some quite fun things coming up soon. Since we had all that lore from the last stream, I think there's a lot we can actually do with the Bang.com brand. Might even be leading into potential merch stuff, going down that potential path. Because I think it'd just be more fun. Is it download? Yeah, of course it is. I can put it in the Discord if you want it. You'll obviously have to edit the config files yourselves. The kits themselves, yeah, I can do the same thing. I can put the kits in the Discord too. Nine just sends them to me, so I just dump them straight in. But yeah, I can send you the kits. Bear in mind, the kits aren't just for us. It's like everyone else gets new kits at the same time we do. So I can put all this stuff in the Discord after stream if you want. But yeah, you'd have to edit the config files for this because all I did was I piggybacked this onto the back of our the stadium pack I normally use. You'd have to remind me after stream, George, because I have a habit of forgetting. Ready to get a Bing.com sponsorship, and so they should. And so they should. Affiliate with Eurotrip. It can be. Why the fuck not? There's every chance that can happen. So, I wanted to discuss a potential out with you lot, much like we did last stream. Obviously, there's all this sort of jazz. That's not happening. It's this one here. Brahim Diaz. I've tentatively accepted a £16 million bid from Porto for him because he's found less and less football over the last sort of 2 seasons at the club. He's now 32. And I feel like this would be our last real chance to get any kind of money for someone like Brahim. So I feel like 16... I tried to get 20, but they weren't up for 20. But it's 16.5. I think at that point, right, there's other players coming through. We've got the new guy in as well, the young Norwegian chap. I think it's time for Brahim Diaz to say goodbye, even though he's been a loyal servant. How did you put the photo of the stadium? And like I said, I just dumped the picture in the folder with all the other pictures of stadiums, and then I piggybacked it onto the stadium config file. And then I just reloaded the skin. All free next season. Exactly. So at that point, it feels the perfect time. An art gallery. Oh, look at you, Daz. Found myself at Cape Town Spurs. Oh, no. So where are you on the XG? Tell me it's at least higher than 12th. Like, right? Surely it's got to be higher than 12th. So yeah, I think we can confirm that then. We'll get that confirmation sorted. Diaz set to go for Porto. So this is the actual deal. It's 12.5 million up front with 135k per league game for 10 games. He will play for Porto. And then after 50 league games, another 2.5 million. I think he probably will get that, honestly. XG of 9th. Oh my days. Maybe Cape Town Spurs are just, like, cursed in some way. Brahim, you've been a loyal servant, but that'll also help us out with a bit more cash. For a guy that came in on a free transfer, has now been at the club, like, he came in, was excellent, especially in these 2 seasons here. He was next level quality, especially in Europe as well, over these 2 seasons. He was the man that was always coming up clutch for us. And then he sort of faded. In the last 2 years, though, he's really fallen behind the likes of Navarro, and even Malero often has been moved into the middle ahead of him. And I feel like to get 16 million for him, very Cape Town Spursy. Maybe it's just because they've got Spurs in the name. I mean, have we considered that option? Alice, how are things in Wales? Let me get this right. Look at me. I didn't even press raid accidentally this time. Boom. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? We were just selling Brahim Diaz for 16 million pounds. And I think that's good business. Ooh. It's the Spurs. Are there any other teams called Spurs? There must be, right? I think there's a team in Jamaica called something Hotspur or something similar to that. Or maybe I'm just thinking of Cape Town Spurs again, actually, even though they're not from Jamaica, obviously. I think that kind of catches us up, really. Oh, newbies. New players have signed. Right, yeah, I'll show you those guys first, actually. So, new guys are in. we had quite a few. Some of them are obviously meaningless. So we got people like Lucas Coelho, who I've already loaned to Kazin Sparsika, just one of those cheap Brazilian chappies. No big deal there. Brian Bazama in, though. 1.7 million. Attribute-wise, he's lovely. He just is. He's an excellent option for us as a potential backup striker as well. Might give Fran a little bit of a run for his money. 3 Chile caps. Don't know if I like some of this stuff about him, but for the price we paid, I feel like he's got massive sell-on value. Yeah, 1.7 million from the Catholic Daddies yet again. Save still broke. Oh, shit. Hang on, it broke. What happened? That's not good. I'll refund your points for that one, Thomas, because I'm believing Icarus got you just there first. Cheap pen from... Well, you know, sometimes you just got to go to that place in a strip mall and get it done, right? That's all you want. We've also got Jonas Jurslid of Rosenborg. Ignoring that for a little bit, he's got an injury at the moment, obviously, so he's going to be out in a non-footballing incident. 1 second. 1 second. Have I missed a funny injury? I've never seen it say that before. Please tell me we can go back as far as this. A freak domestic accident has arrived at club today, having suffered a pulled hamstring in which he claims was caused by a freak domestic accident. I mean, I hate to cast aspersions on him, but man has absolutely pulled a hammy having a mad shagging session, hasn't he? That's essentially what's happened here. He's... a freak accident indeed. That is definitely what's happened. Coincidentally, he also broke his bed's headboard in the same accident. How weird and convenient for you. Did he used to play for Brann by any chance? No, okay. Just checking. I love these. I'm so glad I noticed that. That's amazing. Reaching for the remote control. Sure. Let's pretend that. I feel like the fact that it's a freak domestic accident. No, you're a freak, Jonas. You're a freak. Mrs. Jurslid. Probably not getting hard-working midfielder. What's this? Stamina. I mean, maybe that's the problem. Get your stamina up. Natural fitness, though. Solid. Like, it's not too bad. Dribbling only 10. Technique, though, of 16. Like, you're all good. You're all good. Clapping cheeks, pulling hammies. It's the dream. God, I'm so glad I noticed that before we moved over another day. Oh, lovely scenes. Lord Richard, thank you for investing 100 bits into Bang.com.
I was watching the VOD yesterday and caught myself thinking WTF is Van den Broek? Petition to nickname him Goof. That is, after all, how we know him.
You're right. Oh, speaking of Goof, I have some sad news about Goof. Anna is going to hate this. Luckily, he's not here. I tried to offer Goof a new contract, and he said no. And then he signed a deal with RZ Alkmaar. I've been trying to offer him a contract for ages, and he keeps saying no because he was unhappy. And now he's gone from Goof to Oof. Oh, you silly boy. Like, what are you doing? He was like, I'm unhappy. What was it? It was something like, I'm unhappy at the club because of... It was something to do with a loan or something, even though he turned down the opportunity to go back to Pakshi. And it's because we couldn't find him a new loan, but he kept turning down the loans. It's that kind of shit, basically. Sell now, which I won't be doing. We'll keep him for the rest of the season, obviously, but I will still nickname him Goof out of, I guess, honour for the big man. But it's disappointing to see him just nip off to Alkmaar. Oh, and Carlos Morales is joining Honved on a free, which is not bad, actually. Oh, yeah. One more thing I need to show you. I picked out one player that we haven't signed yet. We'll talk about him in a minute. Remind me. Don't want to lose him. So, yeah. Jurslid. Then I got Eric Dongmo. Freebie, Cameroonian. I liked the tent poles. We'll try to get him a loan. The usual business with him. Barrera's the guy we signed from Elche, who, you know what? For 800 grand, he's already worth nearly 10 million. He's gone out on a Zalagaseg as well. Not a big problem with that either. Ice Gym haircut, need to get you a face. Dongmo and Tempo, indeed, yeah. Now then, the next two are the slightly more expensive ones. This is Camille Kraus. I think he is an absolutely fantastic signing. I think we've absolutely knocked it out the park with Camille Kraus. He, to me, if it wasn't for the fickle personality, is like the second coming of Thomas Velasquez. He's finally the backup to Velasquez that we've been craving this entire time. 7.5 million, but he's now worth 19 to 28. No Czech Republic caps yet, but he'll get them. He's got great tackling. He's solid defensively. He's good on both feet. He's just a good player. And I think we've finally got the guy that can be the backup to Velasquez in this system. And I'm super happy. And he's 18, so he'll be a homegrown player. 4-year contract. Love it. Slow jams forever. You
3
bloody love to
years.
see it.
Dang.
Dang. 36 months. That's actually mental, which means you've got the brand new sub badge as well, which we can finally see in chat. What's that one look like? Oh, he's got like a scepter. That's kind of sick, actually. I don't know if might have to talk to my artist guys and get some more of those made, because we might, well, I suppose the next one's 4 years, isn't it? So I think it was is it really? Okay, we will definitely get to that. I just want to show chat the other signings that we've made over this period. But yeah, Camille Corrales, I'm glad we pushed the boat out for £7 million on him. He's great. If that fickle personality is probably the one thing that maybe lets him down a little bit, but we will see. Your assistant was managing. Really? How many players? How to give them away? Yeah, sometimes you just can't do it. Sometimes they just will not take loans. Most players eventually will get a loan, but sometimes you just find a guy that won't. And the last one, Christian Pedersen. Little bit disappointed on the potential side of things with Pedersen, but I still like him as a player because he's super well-rounded for 18, and he's already under a bid from... Who's he under a bid from? All these different teams right now. So we'll hopefully get him a loan, get him some football, keep things going nicely for him. But I think there's definitely... He's got a good-ish personality on him, and he's good on both feet. So I like him. Now, one more guy I want to show you was a future signing. And it's this guy, Duvan Donzolo. Now, I've actually showed you this guy before. Mentoring, lol. I've showed you this guy before, but we didn't sign him. He went to PSG, barely played for them, and then got released, or is about to be released by PSG. And I thought, you know what, for free... Let's take him. Free transfer, 15 heading, 12 marking, 13 tackling, 15 jumping reach, great balance, 6'5", solid physicals, 22-year-old Colombian, no caps yet. He played a grand total of 7 times in his period for PSG. He's been released, and I figured we'd just take him. What do they want to buy now? Good question, actually. 900 grand. You know what? 900 grand to get him in now probably isn't the worst idea in the world, is it? Like, to pay 900k now... Get an extra 6 months out of him, potentially, just knocking about in the league and give us some more defensive backup. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Totally forgot about that. Really good shout. I think I did shortlist him, Richard. Can you remember his name? But we can have a look in a second anyway. I like him. You can see that he's going to be on 11 grand a week, which is a fair amount because he came from PSG. But I still think that he's a good player to just give us a bit of backup in the centre-back run. I think like his star rating is a bit undervalued, and once he starts playing in the league, that'll actually creep up with form. It's just that he's barely played for PSG, so he's kind of undervalued. Yeah, and we needed an extra rotation option given that we lost Flavian Moores. I say lost, sold him for moon money. So now that he's in, so yeah, I think he's better than that, personally. Let's get Montiel round. Pedersen. Oh, what, like... Is it really? Is it like a soft D, like the Icelandic one that's not really a D that is kind of... I didn't realize it was Pedersen. Okay, fair one. Oh, is this one of these things where the Danish pronunciation is so different to all the other Scandi ones? Like, I always get confused, especially with Danish Ys, like in Lungby or Lungby. You know, it's really weird to me that the Y being pronounced like a U. I've watched enough Borgen to know, though. Right, let's just check that some PSV thing. Then I will finally go up to the lookup. There we go. Oh, Brøndby. Yeah, it was really struggling for me to say Brøndby during the Nordic Nomad series because it just didn't feel right on my tongue, but it is Brøndby, isn't it? Or Brøndby. Brøndby? It's something like that. PSV aren't having Hungarian keeper. He might not be in their first team squad yet. Nah. It's this guy, isn't it? Yeah, Tamas Konch. The problem with him is simply his value. I suspect that there's no way in which he will be useful to us. Komalorsha. I'll just swallow a potato, say Komalorsha, and I'm done. Right, okay, Spurs. See how many Spurs there are. Spurts. Oh no, we've already had enough spurts today. Oh, there is a lot actually, isn't there? Okay, I was not expecting that many. Although it feels like these are the actual ones, because it seems to have... That's interesting. These ones seem to be the closest matches. So you've got Cape Town Spurs, Hot Spurs, Siparia, weirdly. I'm guessing they've got a longer name. Oh yeah, Sitaria Spurs. Surprisingly. It's only 60. Well, he just is, isn't he? Garden Hotspurs, Pieto Hotspurs, Moving Spurs, Black Spurs, Saddle Hill. Oh, because of that. Hotspurs. No, oh, there's a lot of like... I guess it's taking sport into a few of these as well. Wished up version. It is it? Oh, it really, really is, isn't it? Big up Trinidad. You'll love to see it. Milling Hotspurs as well. And then just... Oh. Well, thanks for narrowing it down. That's CFL Gosa Spurs. Are they, like... I love it when it's clearly loads of acronyms, and then you click on it, and it's still the same acronyms. always fun. Kirkwall Hotspurs I quite like, actually, as a name. Plus, for some reason, I got slight 1860 vibes off their badge, which you'd love to see. We should probably play a game. I'll take those points and I'll refund your points, Thomas. There we go. Central Florida. Oh, is it Central Florida? Are they trying to become a god in Central Florida? That was a real niche joke if you've seen that random TV show starring Kirsten Dunst, which was actually surprisingly good, and I was a bit sad that it got cancelled. No game, only lookups. This is not a transfer stream, Chris. Jeez. I'm quite excited at the week. I'm actually quite excited for the weekend. Pog is going to be driving to Cambridge for the first time, which is nice for her. But also, we're trying out this board game cafe in not just me and Pog, obviously. Pog and I and a couple of mates are trying out this board game cafe in town, which we've heard things about. So that's going to be interesting. No idea what it's like. Don't know if anyone's randomly been there. Bit of that. And oh, it's Ajax. We probably don't want to go full off. So who have they got in this team? Oh, they've still got Cody Gakpo. She seems to be doing fine, Diamsus. Honestly, she's getting better each time, more confident each time. What are you going to board game? I don't know yet, honestly. They sell beer. Excellent news, because I'm not driving, Dean. I can finally have a beer when we go somewhere for once. Is it called Board Silly? I don't know what it's called, actually, Dean. What's it called? Also going to a board game cafe on Saturday. No way. Are you actually? Well, I mean, as far as I know, there's only one board game cafe, and you literally put the thing in the group chat yesterday. How could you not know the name? All right, hang on. I swear it was you that posted this. It's called... Oh my God, what is with the memes? God damn it. Wait, where the hell's it gone? I now can't find the link. Weird. I swear there was a Google Maps link you put somewhere. Box Room. Oh, is that what it's called? Box Room. To a D&D movie with some friends. Board Game Cafe has floated as a thing to do afterwards. Some of them have been there before. Well, I might see you there then. There you go. Oh, okay, so it's... Do they exist in FF? Florida Soccer Soldiers. I mean, that is not something we can't look up. They're probably called FSS or something. Yes, they do. Yes. Oh, look at that. Going grade scale. More than 500 board games line on shelves of this gathering place with snacks, wine, events. Yeah, no, it looks pretty poggy. Like, it's well reviewed on Google. Basically, a friend of ours is like properly a board game perv. Like, he's massively into board games in a good way. Like, it's awesome. It just means that we don't have to worry about anything when it comes to board games, because he'll just like come around, set everything up, explain all the rules perfectly, like lead you through it, because he's the one guy that knows what he's doing, and it's great because it means you don't have to do anything. You can just be like, Sam, what's the ruling here? And he's like got his rule book. He's brilliant. It's gonna be good. I remember once rocking up to Dean's house and he had like 2 dining room tables worth of board game. There was this game called Nemesis or something. I think it was called Nemesis. It's this alien one, and it's massive. Affiliate. I don't know if I want them as an affiliate, honestly. I feel like we could do better. Although I do like their badge, just because they've gone, you know what, this badge isn't looking Floridian enough. We just whack it on there. Just whack it in. America's Italy. Okay. I suppose probably we should play a football... Should we play a football match, chat? I feel like we should play a football match. On this stream, a football match. Imagine. I played so many goddamn games yesterday. I played through an entire season yesterday with Bournemouth. And my God, was I sick of Bournemouth by the end of it. Forrest Edsy, thank you very much for the 2 months.
I started my first ever building a nation, and I've been playing this game since Champ Manager days. I'm new to it, so I've started as MTK like you. Brought a new lease of life to the game, thank you. Also, I've signed a golden oldie Ricardo Quaresma, and he is smashing it at 39.
Massive respect for us, not just for doing an MTK BAN save, but it's the fact that you did the ultimate thing that we do, which is just pick up a random old guy and bring him in. And it's charisma as well. Man's Travella in every single touch. That's the perfect VAN signing. You love to see it. That's amazing. Also, I've had more and more people reach out lately saying that they've literally like started trying out like a band save, and it's like kind of rejuvenated their enjoyment of FM, and that makes me really happy that it's just like a different thing you can do. Bear in mind, like managing Bournemouth, it's because I was doing the red card video yesterday, and it had to be done all in one chunk. Because in a weird turn of events, you know the fine you get when you have too many yellow cards? If you leave the game and come back, it resets it, even if it's in the middle of the season. Because I was testing something, and I came back to it middle of the year, and all of a sudden, it had gone from being the fines to back to £25,000 again. So, yeah, genuinely, super odd. So I had to do the entire thing in one chunk yesterday, playing 38 league games, and it took me 7.5 hours. And I had to watch them because it doesn't work on simulation or instant result, for whatever reason. But believe me, it was worth it. Video coming up tomorrow on that. Oh. What's the Champions League music? Champions League music?
It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Okay. 1 second. Can I have my stats back, please? What do I want here? Crosses completed. Yeah, that'd be nice. Passes completed. There's more stuff further down in it that we actually want. Like that. Bullshit. How the fuck's that? Can I have my... There we go. Can I have my stats back, please? Lovely. Can we have our ball back, please? Esperson! Thank you for the follow. It had to be done, Basil. We had to do it for the red card video. Oh, Miedge. I remember playing against them with Polonia. 10 seasons in. Potion, nice one. Blogging it on Twitter, interesting. I know people actually do a lot of that, to be fair. There's some quite big accounts for that. I nearly clicked. So also, by the way, when I've been doing the Bournemouth thing, I was taking fire up instead of encourage. It pisses players off so much. One time it randomly worked, though. There's obviously a specific scenario where a fire up does work. I think I was like 3-1 down and he just got a goal back. Hey, Silver, how's it going, man? You've joined us just in time for our first game of the stream. Yes, you heard that right. We spent the last like 20 minutes talking about board games. Oh, nice. Malero. Come on. Straight off the bat. If we get a win in the Netherlands against Ajax, that would give us a bloody good shot at top 8. Most of them for me never works. Well, the thing is, I don't know what... We were behind, but it only worked once during the match, and that was when we were 3-1 and had just got the goal back. It didn't work when we were 1-0, 2-0, or 3-0 down, but I randomly noticed that it worked when we were 3-1 down. It was really odd. We want to talk about a specific board game. Dean, what was the board game that Sam was talking about? I've forgotten what it was. It was called, like, Mysterium or something. Yeah, for me, I only ever use Praise or Encourage. Those are my two. Like, yeah. Oh, was I got it right? Cool. Well, we've been a bit naff so far here. Hopefully we don't get loads of injuries, because I have heard some stuff about this latest update. Hopefully it was just bad luck on Hadrian's part. Hurley and... Oh, maybe Hurley starting this game wasn't the best idea. Haven't created any chances for... Interesting. To be fair, we barely created any chances with Bournemouth, because it's hard to create chances when you've not got any players on the pitch. It does become difficult to create opportunities without any players, I must say. And that means that the video went well. It's the dream. Now I need to make a thumbnail for it. I don't know how that's going to work. Jigsaws. Oh, I haven't done a jigsaw in a long time. Sounds relaxing though, right? Oh, go on. Oh, this has been a really, like... Holy shit, that was a good stop. There's a Battlestar Galactica board game. Hurley and Merla. Oh, it does. Actually, Merla and Hurley almost sounds better in a way, because it like rolls off the tongue a bit more. That's like a Belgian detective show. I'd definitely watch it. Like Nordic Noir, but in Belgium. I'll be here for that. Mainly a picture interpreting game. Interesting. Because I do enjoy games like that, where there's a little bit of interpretation required. Like Codenames, I think is fun. Just because it requires you to do a bit more, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Improv stuff, almost. The box spoils the ending of the puzzle. You want all puzzles to be sold in blank boxes so you have no idea what you're assembling. And then you get to the end of the puzzle and you're like, bugger me, it's a horse cock. Like, it's like ages 7 and up and you're like, doubt it. Oh, this is nice. Really patient build-up and a wasteful shot in the end. Cracking. Hey, Moon Moon. Absolutely imploding. So basically, Hulu, it's down to the interest in other clubs. So the moment that the windows are open again, the moment they start getting bids on, the values will start creeping up again. I actually kind of like it. It seems that the values is more based on the interest in the player itself rather than just arbitrary numbers assigned by the game, and I'm really liking it. Because it means if a player is playing well, their value gets higher, and that's really cool. Yeah, Nemesis is the one we played, Diamsus. The one that took up like 2 dining room tables worth. It's really fun though. Once we sort of got to hang with what was actually going on. Right, subs. I think Hurley was struggling a bit, wasn't he? Yeah, he's still not... Actually, he's doing quite well. In fairness. Might be Diaz's last appearance for us, actually, so we'll get him in. Maybe get Terra Nova in, just because I'm always doing that. And then Donovan. I actually had a bid for Medinger as well. So there's often a chance that he could leave, potentially. Maybe not, though. Atropos is far less appropriate than the picture on the box. That's actually kind of funny as fuck. Like, it's like a prank present. Well, basically, it literally is that, isn't it? Clinical spreadsheet nerd side. See, this is why I feel like things like D&D I'd actually really enjoy. I've only ever played D&D one time. And I feel like it would be... Like, so we played it back at the middle of the very first lockdown. It was like April or May of 2020 we played it. And Viking did the DMing. And he was really good. But he'd never done that before either. And it meant that we'd kind of... I think if we had like a really experienced DM, that could have been really fun. The exploring my options. If they come to you and say that, scroll to the bottom of the screen when you're on the conversation and hit the one that says something about ambitious or ambition. That's the one that will get you out of the issue. I've not actually had it not work for me. I do way too good. Jesus Christ. I love that, actually. Yeah, because you didn't have to stop yourself. You've created, like, this plague, and now you've got to put it back in its box again. I rate that. We're doing solidly here. Yeah. I think I had the right group so much. It's just that the lack of, you know, that really... A friend of ours that we don't see as often, I believe, has actually done quite a lot of D&D stuff. I'll have to talk to him more, Dean. From what he told us last time. Malara's in. Can he make it too? Oh, he should have done. Oh, that's very fortunate. Pele is staying in Andorra. Nice. You'll love to see it. Speaking of Andorra, did you see they got a point against Kosovo? If this goes in, I might just not. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. 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 Oh, isn't it fun, isn't it? It's so fun. Keeper's massively out of position for no reason, as they often are with those, and then they get to goal. Good. This is totally fine. Definitely isn't annoying. That's going to cost us, potentially. I think that's probably what cost us top 8 there, which isn't the end of the world, but it is annoying because it's coefficient points, isn't it? Like, we were the better side, play them off the park, and then to concede one of those is just icky. We've done some stuff with Tabletop Simulator. I think we played this Jack the Ripper game on Tabletop Simulator. I think it was recreated in there. Why am I getting loads of notifications? That's weird. That's just not me putting like, wow, that's surprising. I've not had that happen yet. Yeah, I think with our last... Then again, isn't our last game Shakhtar? So in truth, is it called Whitechapel Murders? I just know it is the 147 game now, in my head. Anyway, so Brahim Diaz is gone. Okay, so he does actually get £2 million of that, in fairness to him, but that was part of his deal to join us. It's more money for us. I guess there's that. Airing's unhappy with the loan spell. You can wait at the end of the season. Navarro's going to be out as well. Although I'd rather have him suspended for Shakhtar than something important. 147 against Nuka. It's a hard one to explain, the 147 thing. Basically, there's like a huge playing field. I don't know if you've actually seen this game. And there's like, I don't know, there's about 400 or 500. No, like about 400 tiles, I think. Yeah, I think we finished top 8. And you have to sort of try and find Jack the Ripper, but he can move around all these tiles. And you can do things like arrest at a certain tile once you kind of narrow down where he might be through all these different clues and stuff. And I, just being a bit of a twat at the very start of the game, just go to my mate who was playing Jack the Ripper, arrest 147 as a joke, and he happened to actually be at that tile. He was so annoyed. I was going to say, what are the odds? But, well, I mean, you know, fairly obvious. Who? I think he must be one of the Brazilian under... Wait, why do I know about him? Maybe we scouted him years ago. I don't think he's ever forgiven me for that, and I'm totally here for it. You sunk my battleship, literally. Heiko Genius to... No. I want him to play. I feel like there's a guy... I think that injury really has just killed his career in many ways. Ferencváros hosting Nordsjælland. They're kind of fine. It's what Molfehevar do. Oh, dearie me. Away at Braga. I think Molfehevar might get mudded here. Their final game is against Galatasaray at home. We need a big result from Molfehevar here. And I don't think they're going to be strong enough to get it. So Peterson's gone to Debrecen. And he's happy with that. Fabio Grosso is now the manager of Újpest. Let's just check the other managers. We haven't really had a look for this for a little while. Oh, that's just the... hang on. So Vasas have got Dusan Pantelic. Honvéd have got Sabolch Nemeth. Then Debrecen have Tamas Sandor. I love that Andrei Shevchenko is still at Ferencváros. KXB have got Pal Dardai. Kuzvara have got Henning Berg, and he's doing a fantastic job there. Gabor Sikeli at... Because there are no huge names, really, just yet. Christian Timar and Tamas Fejko. Fabio Grosso is quite a surprising one. Although he's only just taken over. So hang on, what happened here? Why did he only just take over? Oh, yeah, because their manager left to take the Hungary job, didn't he? So we're still 7th in the coefficients at the moment, but technically we're 6th in terms of, like, as things stand this season, we're 6th. Because we've got 11.5 points this season compared to Portugal. We've massively muddied them. Huge gap to the others. But if you look at the actual current year, we're currently sitting right in that top 4 group, which is the sort of seasons we need to keep putting together. That's how we get top 4, is just to stay with them for a few seasons and hope for the best. Okay. Come on. So Bjornsoy's gone. Bayern Munich want him. That's fine. We don't care about that. Eventually, it will take us back to the Europa League. Eventually. Shakhtar away at 31st is must win. Still on. Here we go. Now it'll take us to it. And... Oh! Come on! That is extremely surprising. That is unbelievably surprising. Braga 1, Molferhovar 3, Dardai Ari and Sikosh with the goals. And Ferencvaros win again. Early red card for Nordström made a huge difference there. 3-0, Gavrich, Alves and Martsen. Do you know what? Sometimes, right, when we have these kind of results in Europe, I genuinely think that sometimes someone's going to come along, particularly when it happens off stream, and be like, well, he's probably just like save scumming their results or something. I'm like, no, this is the point. This is why it's so fucking fun. You get this sort of stuff happening now when you start to see the improvements happening. This is some year. This is really some year. That's going to have helped Molferhovar massively, isn't it? Yeah, they now go 21st and have 10 points. I would say 10 points might already be enough for them to get out of this, because usually you would have 9, but it's still pretty close. But bear in mind, they have Galatasaray final day, so I think a point on the final day would probably be enough. Look how close it is. They could still technically get, like, top 16. Like, a win on the final day for them changes everything. Ferencvaros as well, 6th place in the Europa League. That's mad. Ventum! Thank you for the follow. I mean, look at the teams they're up there with. Tottenham, Valencia, PSV, sure, Marseille, Feyenoord, Everton and Hertha, and then there's just Ferencvaros in the middle, like, hello. 14 points in the Europa League. They look like an actual contender. If they dropped out one season, like, because they did poorly in the league and ended up in the Conference League, there's every chance that they could actually go really deep in the Conference League if they had a poor league season. That's the one thing we do have on our side. Who is their final game? Good question. It's at home against Maribor. At home against 31st place Maribor. I think there's a good chance they get 17 points this season. As for Molferhovar, they are at home as well against Galatasaray, who are ranked 25th. So I honestly think a point against them at home would be fine. I think 11 points would be enough. That's so exciting. That should surely take us past 12 now, right? 12.3! 12.3! That is insane. We've not even finished the group stages, and we are 12.3. We are literally keeping track with England and Spain this season. This is a different level of quality that we've not seen yet. Bear in mind, last year we got 13.3 in the entire year. Yeah, Norway are having an unbelievable season. Weirdly, they've only got 3 sides in Europe. Like, actually still in Europe, but they're killing it in, like, the ECL. Because they've got Rosenborg there. They've got Vålerenga in here too. It's Rosenborg and Vålerenga. I can't see them. They are in here, I'm certain of it. I just can't... My brain's not allowing me to find them in here. I swear they were in here. Unless they're in, like, the Europa League, maybe. I'm sure they were in there. Oh, yeah, there's Vålerenga. And then there's also... Bloody hell, there's another Norwegian side as well, isn't there? I swear there was another one. Oh, yeah, Bodø. Of course, yeah. So Bodø and Vålerenga. That just... Those extra points, because they would have had to come through loads of qualifiers, and I think that's where they've got so much of an extra points bonus. Because they're not doing overly well, but they're doing well enough. Not that we have to worry about Norway, and the fact is they're taking points off of other nations by doing that, so I'm fine with Norway having a bit of a resurgence. I'm really happy, though, that we're comfortably gapping the likes of... France haven't even hit 10 points yet. Portugal are down here. Speaking of down here, actually, Scotland are still on 3.8. I mean, they are having the worst... The no good, very bad year from Scotland there. Pitangun, thank you very much for the follow. 3.8 for Scotland. That's the issue with Scotland. They can have seasons like that with a 17-point season and then 3.8. I'd be surprised if they get above 5 points this season, because they've got 3 sides... No, 2 in the Champions League, and they're both getting knocked out, I think. Rosenborg Slavia Prague. That sucks. We've had some tough draw. To be fair, Kizvana got a tough draw in the qualifiers for the Conference League this year, and I went, oh, they've got no chance. Then they beat Nantes. But the thing is, they've gone and won the Conference League group. So clearly they're just good. Like, Henning Berg has done an amazing job at Kizvana with getting De Bruyne and Merle to play as well as that is absolutely unbelievable. Oh, next game, by the way, chat. We get to play Francois Xavier Hardy. Henning Berg is making a huge difference. It reminds me, there was a manager that took over one of the Norwegian sides in the Tromsø save, and I can't remember who it was, who suddenly made them ridiculous. It might have even been Brann. I swear there was a guy that took over at Brann. Oh, offers for Castillo. Still not doing it, but interesting. Ah, here we go, Medinger. 27 million. Not yet, but I do wonder if Dortmund might be willing to do another stupid move. Potentially. As the window winds down, I wonder if Dortmund might drop me like 40 or 50 million on him randomly. Potentially. On a loading screen. Oh, shit. At which point, Poiloi? Like, when you load the game originally, or is it in, like, inside the save? Hey, Millie, it goes very bloody well. Hungarian sides are absolutely clapping cheeks in Europe at the moment, winning games that you would not expect them to win. On the load it up, what I would suggest, Poiloi, oh, fuck, I just refined your points. Oh, you got a free lookup from before, Thomas. You might have to verify the game files. Let me just figure out how to do that and remind you. So basically what you do is you go into Steam, and then you go into your library. This is what my suggestion would be at this point. If you can't, like, restart... If restarting your computer and restarting the game has not fixed it, but try restarting the computer first, just in case. Then when you go into Steam, right-click on the game, and then go down to Manage, and then go into... No, Properties, I think. Forgive my lack of knowledge here. Yes. So if you go into Properties on the game, and then go down to Local Files, and hit Verify Integrity of Game Files, what will happen is it can potentially... There might be a file missing for some reason that it didn't download, and it can sometimes fill in the gaps, and sometimes that can fix it. Potentially, anyway. I love how good Mezhkovej are in your save, James, because they are nowhere in this save. They're like nearly second tier relegated kind of level. Get to 40 for Mediga. I think, yeah, there's a chance that they could, potentially. If they're that... See, look, they're still interested. They just offered me 27. I love that. Atletico want Castillo. Man City want Mediga. Okay, this could be a chance, potentially, to bid his value up. So if I now offer them like 37 million for him. Okay, they said no, but that's fine. Wait, not kept. What? What promise did I make you? What promise did I make him? Did I might have promised to sell him for a certain value or something? Must have done that. I think I promised to sell him for like 25 million, but that bid wasn't 25 million. That bid was like 20 million, wasn't it? I'm fairly certain I'm pretty certain I said I'd sell him if they offered 25 million for him, but they didn't. Unless it's because I offered more than that, and he's going to say they could have offered 25 million, which actually kind of makes you think that it knows that the game was going to offer a certain amount of money, and then they just didn't because obviously I offered too much money. Right. Okay, change is needed here. But it does give us a chance for Big Fran. That has to be it. Oh, well. No big deal. Pop up in promises. Yeah, I think it's because we failed it now. And I'm fairly certain that I did do that. Christ. Now without... Do you know what? Bizarma could... Since Jonas Lurschlied is still off from his sex injury, Bizarma here? Oh, he has Navarro. You're right, he is suspended, isn't he? Great. Even better. Means that Malero will have to play in the middle next game, probably. But that's fine. Because we can have Silva and Yeboah or someone like that. Or, yeah, we'll start Hurley here because I don't want him to start next game. Not happy about that. True. That actually does make sense, in fairness. Right, Velasquez, I'm going to start... Oh, I love being able to do this. Where is he? Kamil Kraus. Who's he wanted by? I bet it's another Hungarian side for a loan. Yeah, I bet you want him. But he's one of those players I'm not loaning. He's far too good for that. He's like a legit, actual backup. Abdelnaby out. And... I want to give Donovan more game time if I can. I'll rest Montiel as well. We should be able to comfortably get rid of... Oh, actually, we can bring in Donzolo. That's why we signed him, after all. So, quite literally, Asher, he pulled his hamstring in a freak domestic accident. So we're told. And we can only assume that he's pulled a hammy having a mad shack. That's... At this point, what other thing could you possibly assume? Like, it was a freak accident. Not just an accident. A freak domestic accident. Man's a freak. Hakan Yakin. That's kind of sick, actually. If his wife... But maybe. I mean, he's 18, so hopefully extreme ironing. Man's burnt himself because he was ironing a shirt with him on it. Redacted may have had... I mean, for once, he might not have had anything to do with it, unless maybe his wife is also Danish intelligence. Was he... To be fair, he was Norwegian, so maybe a bit of Scandi clashes there. Potentially. You never know. Maybe he was just celebrating his big move. Right, so lots of new numbers allowed. Do you really... I don't think I want a centre-back having the number 13. I don't trust the idea of having an unlucky number like that on a centre-back. Ironing his pants. Ah, true, yeah. He's ironing the back of his leg. Ironing his shirt with him. He's just got his own face on it. I'm totally here for that. Oh. Right, Fran, do your thing. Show us that you can do it against the big boys. I mean, you got, what, 5 goals against Vashas? Maybe he's the perfect man for this system. 11 is my favourite number. Your face or his? My place or yours? Who knows? Maybe both of us. Prison of Geography. Oh, so good, isn't it? I wish I could bring you news of like, oh, I'm reading this really highbrow book at the moment, but I'm not. I'm reading more romantic comedy books by Vari McFarlane because I just enjoy them. They're easy to read. I'm a soppy bastard, and they make me feel nice and happy. So, you know, I'm enjoying them. I went and bought 4 more of them yesterday. A merged face, maybe. Just get Midjourney to merge them. That's yeah, it is Job. Oh god, imagine if it was Jude. But yeah, it is Job. I feel like Job is another one of these players that eventually, after a few years at the club, we could just ship on for like 30 million to probably Dortmund. Oh, that's a ball. Navarro. Oh, square it. Come on. I tell you what, chat. Francois Xavier Hardy, the redemption arc is real. It truly is. Great work from Navarro as well. He's in the right place at the right time. Again, that's 6 goals now for him in 2 competitive matches. What a pass from Yeboah that is, by the way. He's finally turned it on. Yeah, great pass. Lovely little composed finish. None of this twatting it at the goalkeeper. He just puts it in the net. Great news. That's all we want out of him. Win us games, score some goals. Oh, we're doing a live career resurrection indeed, yeah. Spaniard the Place for Scunthorpe. I think I've heard of that book. Don't know why I've heard of that book, but I feel like I have. Fell, thank you very much for 10 months at bang.com. Your employment here is very valued. Thank you very much, friend. How are you? Ed Hardy's more pretentious brother. Maybe. Oh, that's a ball. Oh, good save. Oh, he could have kept that in. Or at least not let it go out for a goal kick. Hey, Aiden, it's going well. Like, genuinely excellently. Other than the late... we conceded a late goal against Ajax that meant we got a 1-1 draw in the Netherlands, which was frustrating because we battered them. But on the plus side, the other Hungarian sides absolutely killed it in their matches, and there's only one team that are even close to not qualifying, and that's Molfehevar, and they won, so they might still be able to pull it out. Hardy with the header. He's good in the air too, which I think is one of the things that separates him from Castillo. Castillo's not as good in the air. He's only got 8 jumping reach, whereas Hardy's got 10, and he's a little bit taller as well. So I do wonder if that's going to be a factor. Hurley coming through. Oh, look at him all the way through. Oh, it's just that last thing from Hurley that's been his trouble. He's great up until the last moment, and then he just sort of tends to bottle it. I'm so used to, like, instinctively looking at yellow cards here. I spent most of yesterday just looking at this screen in the middle of matches and watching the foul number creep up. Yeah, he's very enthusiastic. And we do want that out of our players. It's just he needs to learn that maybe just dropping the ball off to someone who's a little bit better in that role will make all the difference in those positions. Although, you know, he'd done the work. He'd got himself into that position. There wasn't really any obvious passes on, so I don't blame him for taking the shot on there, to be fair. Hopefully we can get a couple more chances today, though. Just need to find some opportunities for Hardy, really. Well, it's 27 months. Triplets. You'd love to see it. Triplets. Oh, he's in again. Hardy goes around the goalkeeper. Oh! Well, I mean, there's nothing a player is... You can't... Those are unscorable in FM, as you know. So, yeah. Shoot even lesser often. That'd be brilliant. That's disappointing. That should have been a goal. But once they go around the goalkeeper and there's a defender nearby, it's a guaranteed block. It's a shame. But that's not a difference between him and Castillo. Castillo would have missed that too. So, he's managed to score a goal so far, which is the key. Castillo's still the main man, obviously. But I would have liked to have seen that go in. Kraus is on a booking. Kraus also has a competitive streak, which means he's probably just as much of a dirty player as Velasquez. So he's got a hell of an understudy. Hardy with the flick on. Yeboah! Oh, he tried to dink the goalkeeper. Unless Hurley wins it here. No. Shoot. Yeah. Shoot only when I literally yell, shoot her from the touchline. That's when you shoot. But he was through on goal. I can't begrudge him a shot there, even if it was a terrible, terrible effort. What a freak domestic goal it would have been, yeah. He shagged it into the net. Right. Beautiful. Point being, though, Hardy's putting up decent numbers in this game as well. Like, he's on a 7.5, and I know he scored a goal, but he's looking decent. He's looking good in the build-up. He's winning headers for us. He's helping with the play. Oh, God. Oh, he's missed it. Not on the football field. True. Like, man, if anything, he needs less confidence. That'll do it. We do still be massively underperforming here, though, which is less ideal. Thomas, they literally are, yeah. It's just Roy Keane and Roy Keane Jr. Roy Keane Light. Diet Roy Keane, as it were. Right, come on your bike, buddy. Now's the chance. Yes. Navarro's making a great run. You've always got two players around him. Doesn't matter because Bellingham's in. Oh, it's a great finish from Job Bellingham. That's more like it. Receiver that gives a little buzz. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, it reminds me exactly of an episode of Scorpion I was watching last night with Pog, where a guy was like, he wasn't allowed to go within 20... If he left 25 feet radius of this guy, he would get electric shocks, basically. Tier 10 English. Oh, damn. I'm not tested for... You might still be able to... They'll probably be okay, Mailman, but you might have to verify them yourself. It's really easy to do. So load the editor file into the editor, and then go up and say test rules, and it will then save it and reload it, and that will verify the file. That should be all you need to do, unless there's been any drastic changes. That'll probably make it work for it. I had this problem with one of my databases that I'd built, even because I knew that there were no fixture changes. I guess Pereira. I'll keep Camille Kraus on. Even, you know, he's just anchoring as best he can. Well, he's 2-footed, isn't he? So that's not a problem. I get Fernandez off for big charge, and might just leave it at that. Actually, I don't really want to risk any of these other guys. Navarro can play the full 90 because, yeah, we've been to tell off Diet Roy Keane. What are you doing, Kato, for? I don't know why I sounded... That's more Roy Kent than Roy Keane, but still. Hardy's through. God damn, that was actually quite a good save. He's getting into positions. The point being, he's at least scored a goal. Oh, what a brilliant freeze. That is a top-notch freeze. I look like I've just stubbed my toe on a pizza. There we go. Oh, he scored. Donzolo scores on his debut. You'll have to see it. It was a negative one. Frank, I started off well, and then what did I say? I said something terrible. I said something awful. There was a clip going around earlier of what I said. I can't remember what it was. I just back post again. He's having a couple of goes at it. The best free since thighs. Oh, I don't know. There was a pretty good one the other day. Okay, 3-0. That's a bit more like it. I'm good, Rick. How are you, man? Wait, was that a bicycle kick assist? We actually saw 2 overhead kicks on the last stream. Neither of them went in, not even close, but we actually saw 2 attempts at it. It's the type of face you make in a freak domestic accent. This is true. Posted in Discord with a quote. Oh, God. Wait. Oh, I have a message from Mike. What's he saying? What's that lovely gentleman say? Oh, okay. We may have the arrival of Mr. Sweet Left Foot soon. That's what I do know. I've been preempted, which I assume means I have to roll out the red carpet, right? Or something. Yeboah, it's a long-range effort. It's going to nowhere near the goal. I hate that those count as key highlights. They're just a waste of time, man. Something else I noticed as well, which is really weird. I was doing some tests before I did the Bournemouth thing yesterday, and if you watch a game on commentary only, like you're still in the game, and you're not actually watching the highlights, you get less yellow cards and red cards. And fouls committed. It's so strange. I tested it multiple times. As it's put over the line by Navarro, now it's 4-0. Okay, we're getting a little bit better now. It's more like it. Roll out the suit, innit? Being manager next year. Chat, out of the players that we currently have, who, bear in mind, it has to be a fake, like a regen player. For me, not Flavian Moores, Miguel Montiel is probably up there as one of the favourites, I would say, at the moment for being the... Yeboah as well, yeah. Getting banned by SI for the intro. It's very bizarre. Which is why I then had to spend 7 hours yesterday actually watching every single league game with Bournemouth to do that video. Because there was no way of making it shorter for myself because I knew that it was going to fuck it up. I love that we're winning 4-0 and we're still underperforming. Albeit we're at least hitting our marks. Which is something, right? Absolute legend. That's true, yeah. There might be a late charge from someone like Luban Mihov who came out of nowhere. Xavier Lethbridge could tell. Maybe his dad owns Beng.com. Maybe that's what this was. Maybe that's where his money comes from. Mentally fused. Oh, I imagine it will, Crazy Bit, because you'll have like, I don't know, Wraith Rovers suddenly rocking up with like £50 million signings. Can't wait. Don't own the editor. You don't own the editor. No, it's pre-game editor, Mailman. So you definitely do, because it's free and it comes with the game. You have to go into like your Steam library and then click tools as well, and it will show up there. So everyone has the editor. It's the only in-game editor that you don't have, but you don't need that for this. You just have to verify the database at the start. Yeah, so it's just the pre-game editor. Just load the data file into that, then verify the rules in there, and then it should be fine. Unless there's any drastic changes. It might not work, but it should work. Unless there's any drastic changes. So our affiliation, I love that we have this affiliation. I like that less, though. Lads, could you generate some players for us? That'd be sweet. Great. Like, we got you for a reason here. Any fun nations? Ooh, Fabian Matos, 21. But still, whoa, hang on. Cheap. Oh, free Belgian here at Willem Tway. Right, we're coming back to you in a minute. Probably to sign him. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. John T. Grey Goose, always a shout. It might end up being the agent in that for a while. Explains how to use the pregame editor. The problem is, it's just is extremely complex. It depends what you want to do a lot of the time. So let's see. Greater X. Is he worth it or is he not? That is the big question. On a free from Willem Tway. Just for the loan farm. I guess ask his agent. If he wants like moon money, that's nothing. He wants basically no cash. He feels like loan farm fodder, right? Youngster, loan move, yeah. He's one of those guys that can actually be convinced to... Yeah, longer contract gets the deal done. We'll take that. Any amateurs like that, it's just easy to pick them up. Bring them in, send them out again, you know. Pietro Prelego, ooh. Hey, Saz. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the SI forums there. Probably one of the more, I would find, useful things as far as the SI forums go. I find that often the problem you have with any kind of stuff that isn't related to that is I just find that they're not particularly helpful. And I think there's an attitude of sort of hoity-toityism from some, which is not what you want, is it? Pietro Pellegrini is at Real Sociedad. 2 caps, only 2 caps for Italy in the end. He's actually exploring his options as things go. And he's not moved for a single fee since then. Loaned to Torino. I think this is like where the game splits over from real life into the game, and it just didn't bother putting a transfer fee or a loan or what. Now it's just there. It's just like he's just rocked up there. And then a free transfer to... But really good performances, though. You know? That's true. Saz has been here the whole time. Saz was first in chat today. Like, it's weird that he went on the free again, because he's been really solid. Like, great score in Serie A. 20 goals. Also, can we talk about how he got 39 appearances in Serie A? I would like to know how man got 39 appearances in Serie A that season. How does that work? Did they just extend the league season by 1 game for him? The tiebreaker? Maybe. But the league's not switched on, which you wouldn't think would generate tiebreakers, considering it can't produce that. Also with Torino? It would have probably been more of a relegation one, right? Is there a relegation? I don't think there was a relegation playoff in Italy. Not as far as I know, unless they bring it in later, maybe. Not to my knowledge. I thought the only leagues that had that, I thought France had that, Germany have that, but I don't think Italy has that. It might, like you say, it might be a tiebreaker game for something, like European or relegation tiebreaker, maybe. It's just weird that it would even like create that in the background in a league that isn't switched on. But hey, I guess it shows that there is a little bit more detail going on there than perhaps we thought there was. Okay, right. Key game coming up, not just for us, but for the others, especially Molfehevar. Ferencváros are just cruising at this point, but I would like if they could like keep their eye on the ball. Although annoyingly, Molfehevar play Ferencváros. They played them in that match day. Real Madrid want Abdul Nabi. Like, what kind of bid is that? What a useless bid. Ah, here they are, actually, on the Sunday. As they win. Yeah, they're kind of really entrenched in that position now. I think the top 7, though, for when we finally get to that point, is looking pretty solid now as top 7 sides. And they're all decent teams. I forgot we Botev Plovdiv as well. Who, again, don't have an under 19. Why? Stop. Hey, lads, could you start producing some footballers? They're a top flight side. What's going on? Maybe they just haven't got the youth intake this year or something? Weird. Because we wonder all the players from the previous years have gone. But the database seems to be the same size. Unless it's just that the database is in a point where it doesn't need those new players at the moment. So it's just not generating them. And then all of a sudden we'll get like a huge deluge of them when there's a load of like a mass wave of retirements. I had no idea Owono was even there. Hang on. He started 22 games for them this season. Oh, position. That's fine. He started as a striker a lot of the time. More often than not, in fact. But yeah, as long as he's playing games, I'm not too concerned about where he's playing, providing he's actually getting minutes for them, which he seems to be. Besides, on the right-hand side, he'd actually be a cracking player because he's so damn fast. Ruiz on target. Is it Christian Ruiz that's... One of these guys was being looked at by someone else. I can't remember who. You want Yeboah again. These are crap deals. And I don't want to sell either of these two. Yeboah... Terranova is such a wonderful backup option. He's like the backup Darla. Wait, what? Oh. 80 million for Montiel. This is chump change. We've been offered like 150 million for him in the past. Which we might well be again, but it ain't happening. I still kind of want to see if Man United ever follow through on that 180 million pound bid for Silva that we saw at one point. Plus we've got the other Hungarian side still in action too, potentially. In terms of like... not Europe. In terms of the transfer activity. There could be some mad signings for them that we might have missed. We'll do a summation when we get to like Valentine's Day when that all is done. Montiel again. 88 million now. No. Stop it. Terranova. 33 million is not bad for him actually, but still. He's so versatile. So we're getting Greater X. Scott Greater. I think he's a face in the game. I recognise that name. I'm almost certain that Scott Greater X is a face in the game. I'll check in a sec. Because I feel like I see him in every save. Dev list. Offer out. Speaking of offering out, we should probably do that actually. Now that all the loans have been confirmed. Jacob Greater. Oh, really? Maybe it's just the name I recognise. Let's have a look. I love how many of these are already on our shortlists. Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, wait, hang on, no. There he is, yep. Scott Greatrix. Facing the game. We were right. I knew I'd recognise that name from before. Speaking of... Oh, no, we won't have Michael Holly yet, will we? Because we're not at to youth intake time. But it must not be far off, either. Yeah, he seems to have gendered, like... Yeah, gave them Willem Tway for us, actually. Interestingly. I mean, he's not... Oh, that's what I was going to do. Offer them out. Get some more... more of these loanees. God, we really are down to a small amount of them now. It's great. There's not even that many. Anyone wanted? Oh, Magic just wanted. Donovan de la Cruz. Ah, wait, no. Hang on. I could try... Like, Ferencváros want him, and I did try him, but he said no. But I do wonder if actually just keeping him around is probably a better option. But if he can get a loan move there and he'll play a lot, then I'd be alright with that. Wait, that's because someone's already transferred, isn't it? Because Goof. Yeah, I can't offer them out when Goof's there. He weirdly can't go on loan for the rest of the season, even if he has that transfer stuff. Millie... He'll be around still, because he's probably back at Liverpool again. Oh, he's at West Ham now. That's kind of bizarre, actually. That he managed to parlay a really average performance here on loan with a free transfer to West Ham, where he's actually now playing in the Premier League. Which I think will tell you something about how good our team actually is. If Millie was, like, not up to scratch for our squad, and yet here he is slotting into a West Ham team in the Premier League and actually starting games for them regularly. A widespread name. Well, I swear there was a footballer, like an actual footballer in the past, called Greater X. It's a name that I recognise because it's just an interesting... Any names that end with X like that, I always find a little bit odd. What am I being paid? 37 grand a week, Billy. Oh, that's... Wow, David Moyes is still there. 37.5 grand a week. 4 England under 21 caps as well. If you'd stayed in Hungary for a little bit, you could have done what you did in Treaty United save, where you got yourself those Irish caps. Although Hungary might be an even easier national team to get into. Then again, Hungary are quite good. I got sent on Twitter the Soboslai free kick for Hungary over the weekend. What a bloody strike that was. Where have I seen that before? Vicente. Matt, type properly, you bastard. Mansour. I don't think he's there. No, unfortunately not. refund points for that. And Bolatron. Oh, I think he's just marked Bolatron these days. Oh, great, he's doing that thing again. Yes, but Carlson Frigga. I haven't, but they were weirdly talking about Carlson on the Fulhamish podcast this morning, and I don't know why. But no, I didn't see it. But I imagine it was good. Bolatron Mark. Mark Bolatron! There he is! In all his glory. Born and Soul? Oh. There is, Barney, yes. So I actually put it in chat earlier. There was not a lot. Honestly. It was really, really minor things. Let's set out. Oh, so good. Speaking of, I'm glad you mentioned that. Alright, Christian. Again, loving it as always. Really enjoying the much longer episode length too, because it just means more quality, more content, right? So massively enjoying that. But also, I'm enjoying the fact that Trent Crim's in it more, because I actually just kind of like him as a character, so his involvement. But also, you know the bit where they're talking about... This is not a spoiler particularly for the episode or anything. It's just like a random joke bit. You know the bit where they're talking about Julie Andrews and the best performances because Roy Kent really likes her or whatever? Oh yeah, Zava has got to be Zlatan. Like a mix of Zlatan and but mostly Zlatan. Except less sort of dickish, I guess. They've managed to sort of make him a bit more earnest, I suppose. Trent Crim from The Independent, yes. But when they're calling out their favourite Julie Andrews performances and he was like Clarice Rinaldi and Princess Diaries, I'm like, yes, Trent, that is the correct answer. Princess Diaries slaps as a film. Quality film. I will not have a bad word said against Princess Diaries. That's a quality film and Julie Andrews kills it. Oh, pretty almost one, yeah. But it is him, but they've sort of like, I guess, like sanded down the rough edges a little bit to make it more Ted Lasso-y, I guess. Scott Parker, oh God. Let me guess, he's managing Brentford again. I think, didn't he just disappear from this database? Yeah, he did. He just randomly retired, just disappeared entirely. Yes, yeah, exactly. Because agreed, massive agree. I think these are all foreign transfers that we don't want. Yeah. Come on, local lads. Ferenc Varos back in again, but he'll just say no like he did last time, I suspect. Buy want you Boa. Cool. Wanted to spend more time with his cardigans? Oh. It's just so earnest, isn't it? What's this? Must respond. Oh. That's weird. I guess it's because he came back from his loan, so he's no longer on the dev list anymore, and that means I have to handle it personally. Real Madrid now in for Medinger. 25 million again, but it's not a good enough bid. Like, get back to me with a proper bid. 25 million up front, rising to, like, way more than that. These are my terms. So Castillo's might be about to have a shit fit with me. And there he goes. Okay, let's get Miguel round. Since Jarju's obviously far too busy for dealing with things like this. He must be an influential player in the dressing room, right? Yeah, good stuff. No problem. No, I haven't seen it yet. Might do at some point. Not super bothered by it. Never played the games. Not super asked, you know. That's fine. I'm very picky when it comes to TV a lot of the time. To me, I used to even watch Ted Lasso in the first place, to be honest, because I saw a lot of adverts for it originally, or rather heard a lot of adverts for it originally on podcasts, and went, this sounds like shit. And I think its marketing originally was terrible for the first series of Ted Lasso. It was appalling. They turned it around, obviously. I mean, the show is brilliant, but I feel like even not play the game, it's not really about that. It's just I'm just not super arsed by it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just not arsed. I'll probably watch it at some point, maybe, when I'm like devoid of other things I want to watch. But yeah, I watch TV quite slowly these days, so I'm just not that bothered. This lid was coming off. Let's do it. Right. Lots of players obviously not available for this game, but that's fine. Apple TV trial, smart. I did that last year for season 2. Having to sign up for a fucking Apple account, though, was one of the most tedious and annoying things I've ever had to do. It's like, it couldn't just let me make an account, like a normal little account, and then just set it up. Oh, no. I couldn't just make an account for, like, Apple TV. No. I had to make an Apple ID, all this bullshit. I was like, this is why I don't do this. Like, stop making it difficult to pay for things. Castillo, Yeboah, Malero, Silva. Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it? That's basically full strength. None of them have Apple TV. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't have Apple TV either. I don't have Apple TV either. One of the hosts of Eurovision. I know! And Hannah Waddingham is great. Pog absolutely loves Hannah Waddingham, to be fair. Every time she's on screens, Pog's like, what a woman! She's great, to be fair. I really like... I've listened to some interviews with Phil Dunster, the guy that plays Jamie Tart. His voice is so different. It's brilliant. Like gritty dramas. I tend to not, because I feel like everything tries to be too... The reason I avoid... I like the occasional gritty thing. It's just that I find that often a lot of TV tries too hard to be... Everything has to be gritty and like, oh, we've got this message we need to get out. It's like, can't anything just be fun and nice anymore? Like, I want to feel good when I watch TV sometimes. That's why I'm glad Ted Lasso exists, for example. Like, I was watching Yellowstone for a bit, and that's quite gritty in places, and I actually don't mind that, to be fair. Sarah's... Oh, I've heard a lot about that as well. Also, if you do have Apple TV, which again, I don't, watch Shrinking. Shrinking is really, really, really good. And it's also developed by Brett Goldstein from Ted Lasso. And it's most of the same team, basically. Oh, look, Manor Solomon. Detroiters is really good. That's a deep cut, but Detroiters is so good because it's got, oh, Christ. Is it Tim something? I can't remember his name. Tim something in it. There's a meme going around TikTok with him right now. Detroiters is great. Tim Robertson and Sam Richardson, yeah, they're so good. I remember watching Detroiters years ago. I haven't thought about Detroiters for ages, but I really do like that. I'm not happy it left my TV. It's super depressing. What, because you could sat there and be like, ha-ha! I'm better than you. Just... But Tetris on Apple TV. Tetris? As in, well, you know. Yeah, I think you should leave. That was really funny as well, actually. I would never forget that one specific sketch from I Think You Should Leave. Sketch where he's trying to open the door, but it's a pull. It's a push, and he's trying to open it as a pull door. It's just little things, right? I'm still watching Scorpion at the moment, and after that, we're probably going to go back and watch White Collar, because why the fuck not, eh? Music's back. I'm all ready. That's more like it. Now we're pumped. Solomon is a 10. Or a 12 in this case. I'm not sure how I feel about Manor Solomon being there. Also, they do have a regen in their starting 11 who's young enough to be not having a face. So, you're getting a scout there, Maxim. Chat. I don't want to be that guy, but have I just figured out how you can restart the music? Chat, we can have it all day! Oh. When you're not expecting it and the DJ drops a sick beat. Yes! The new ED7. Oh, that is a feature. Yes. Not bad. Oh, you're not that bad, Saz. Not bad at all, actually. You're a genius. Yeah, can't we just go in the conference league for a bit? Does it work mid-game? Only one way to find out. No, it doesn't. It must only work on that screen because there's obviously like a toggle to trigger the music when that screen loads. Ah, I was hoping we could have that going the entire game just by cutting in and out. Punishes me for skipping the song. No, to be fair, it absolutely slaps, mailman. You can't be skipping this. It's gold. A striker in the number 2. Ah, yes, out of the Aruna Kone mold of strikers. He's the one that comes to mind immediately for me, as we already lead, and I was just saying about how Jose Luis Castillo has no aerial threat, and there he is scoring a header. As always, gotta prove me wrong. We lead away at Shakhtar early doors. Lovely. I think a win here, well, literally a win here will guarantee us a top 8 spot, which is... I don't know if that's good or bad, but I guess it would show our development, if nothing else. But it would cost us potential points. Asmo Jean. That does feel like a Jean thing to do, yeah. Did Bonnie have it as well? Flip him over. Or just whack in a bit of a Thomas the Tank Engine. No, Emmett hasn't been fired yet. So basically, we had the preview, and it's a poor youth intake preview. However, there is one B-rated player in it, apparently, and that player might well be enough to save Emmett's job. But we won't find out about that until later. Although, what I would say is, if... Oh, go on, square it. Another one. Brandon Silva, 2-0. Are they playing back in Donetsk? I don't know if they're back in Donetsk yet. We'll be able to say... I think they probably are, just because... I don't think the game really knows or cares. Let's have a look. Doesn't it? I think it appears on this, doesn't it? Donbass Arena. So I guess so. Which is nice. Bit of Donovan. It can be done, loafers. I've just not got around to actually messing around with that at the moment. Maybe Emmett needs the redemption. For all we know, Emmett's about to bring through the next great Hungarian player. And we're just not ready for it. And that'll earn him a new 5-year deal. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, pal. Like, as far as I was aware, I don't remember them ever not playing here in FM. I think they kind of just... In a way, I can actually kind of rate that as a decision in many ways. Like, that's one of the few areas where I'm like, yeah, it's like when they didn't put COVID in. I was like, good. We don't need any more of that. We're playing this to escape from that shit. Can you, like, keep that to a minimum? And I was massively behind that decision. Great balls to Silva again. We're twatting them here. Look at the bodies we're getting forward on these attacks now. And then they pull back really well. Oh, go on. Oh, when Velasquez winds up in that position, you know what's coming. Zuzak. Oh, you mean, Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, true. This is a good start from us. Really, really good. I love the way that they drop in and then they pull away a little bit. And then, what a strike from Velasquez. He's got that in his locker. He's got the occasional banger in his locker. We're going to be third, and this is going to be our, currently anyway, I think would be our highest ever Champions League finish. Because I think we had a 4th place one time, that weird season where we just randomly did really well, but we got 17 points that year. It looks like, the annoying thing is we could have been on 20 if we hadn't had that stupid goal against Ajax. And possibly could have had even more points. Because we've had some really strong performances that have not warranted the points that we got. Or rather, the other way around. We're playing well. It's just what you want to see. Oh, go on, intercept it. Ah, so close. How on earth would you even say that? Juzak? I don't know. Heck, I'd just take another Andras Puskás this season. That'll do. But to be fair, a guy that's B rated in this team would actually probably have a fairly high PA in order to be rated that highly, given how good our team has got so quickly. I think that might be part of what's costing us. Well, not costing us, but like making him look worse than he is because of things like that. Yeboah has a second go at it. I don't know if that's going to be disallowed like that weird one was. No longer with us. Yeah. I guess there's nothing else they can do in that, right? I do my best with the pronunciations, but it's always a tough one. And that looks like it is going to be disallowed. Is it going to be disallowed like that one last stream where because there was a player nowhere near the ball that was offside? Or is it actually going to be an offside for once? That one's fair. Totally fair. Because he actually comes back and claims the ball there. We already have Jarju. Exactly. But Jarju's going to retire at some point or leave the club. And we're going to need a new absolute madman to take his place in the team. Otherwise, where will all the memes come from? Jarju's going to move upstairs into a management position at Beng.com. And as a result, we're going to need someone else there to carry the torch of stupidity. Oh, nice idea. Considering how well Castillo started this game, I'm a bit surprised that he's kind of not contributed much since then. We need a few of these sort of passes. There we go. Right, show me what you got, buddy. Oh, for crying out loud. With the one-on-ones, man. The question, I think Silva is definitely... Brandon Silva has taken us to a different level, for sure. But we kind of knew that in a way, just because he was such a high-quality player for this team. And so cheap as well. That's the best thing about the deal with Brandon Silva. Although I'm still probably going to take it... No, I'll take Yakubov, although he's having an excellent game as well. We'll get Zwane on for a bit. Just keep the freshness in the team. No need to overdo it here. Just keep rotating these guys around. Nothing yet, Brazio. But we've only played this is only our 3rd game so far, so there's a lot of things that can still happen. By the way, it's -4 here in Ukraine, so this is surprisingly decent weather considering the temperature. Things look okay out there on the pitch. Jarju, we head up Black Ops Mercenary. Yeah, possibly. Or just Oh, come on, please. Thank you. That's the ultimate tap-in. Maybe he could be it was something weird, he's now the new head of HR. I am genuinely thinking, though, that I might actually start going down the route of making Beng.com more of a thing here on the channel, and actually maybe start making, do merch through the guise of Beng.com. So you're just buying merch almost like you work for the company. I want that vibe. I think it's worth having. Oh, just diving header along the floor. That's the ultimate, disrespect, isn't it? And I feel like he's got that in his locker. That's a great pass. Silva could maybe create another chance from here. A hat-trick would be nice. Register the domain. I'm already looking at that. But not the direct one, unfortunately. He scored 2 headers in one game. It's 5-0, and Castillo is absolutely killing it. This video is sponsored by Bang.com. Annoyingly, my next video is actually coming out on March 31st, and I've already recorded it, which is really disappointing. It's coming out tomorrow night, and I've already recorded it. I just haven't edited it yet. And I don't know how much... Because the thing is, I don't know how long it's going to be, and I have to be very careful with that. And I don't think I'm going to have time to introduce something like that. Crap, I would have. I did check Jacuzzi, and it's not available unless you've got 17 grand free. Delay it by a day. It's not even a question of delaying it by a day. It's a question... there's a reason I upload it on Friday night. Videos of mine perform really well if I upload them Friday nights. Unless there's any Premier League football on. Which I don't believe there is. It's weird. Because they do well over the weekend, and then for some reason seem to get picked up by the YouTube algorithm on the Monday. It's really odd. I've noticed it with all 3 agent videos now. Because of the sexiness. Damn right. Jurschlid's the one watching them. Him and his missus. Solid. Hat-trick for Castillo. Good stuff. I could definitely do something like that if there's time, because I haven't actually come to edit the video, and I don't know how much work's going to be involved in editing this down tomorrow, so we'll just have to see. It's one of these things I could put in it if there's room. Maybe it'd be better for a it might be better for a recap video, honestly. That actually might work better because it's actually embedded within the save. Yeah, we're definitely looking at plus 14 goal difference this season as well. We're ahead of PSG Barca this season. That's the level we're at now. Ooh. Loan farm. Have you considered adding a minimum fee release clause to domestic clubs of only 0? It means they can still go on loan, but the clubs in Hungary just take them for free. It's not a bad shout, actually. Maybe we should start doing that only with players that were guaranteed loan farm for it, not players that were oh, are they kind of good and then go to the loan farm anyway. So we qualify for we're in the round of 16, so we get to... Oh, hang on. Oh, that's for, yeah, coming there. So yeah, it's annoying that you don't get that extra bonus for coming top 8. Hopefully that'll be in... Surely they could have introduced that, right? It just feels weird that that's so unbalanced. But yeah, I might put it in the next recap video. I think there's a lot we can do with the Bang.com thing. I might have to... I think I can get Bang.gg. Might be what I need to get, actually. Because Bang.com was 17 grand because it's a properly... It's because it's a short TLD. That's the problem. Those go years ago and people just squat on them. Hey, Scott. So... The next day, I had a look at that, Icarus, and I couldn't seem to find a registrar where I could... it wasn't available through my registrar service, unfortunately. And I would rather keep all my stuff on the same registrar. I use Namecheap, for example. Not for example, that's who I use. I use Namecheap. And they were unable to, as far as I could see, sell .hu domains. Also, I prefer it to be... As good as that is for the memes, if I was to actually use that for the shop or anything, then it might be better to just have a .com. Or .gg, potentially. We sent him a loan. Yeah, he went to the loan farm upstate. It's fine. We've also only conceded 9 goals so far this season, which is not a bad record, actually. It's kind of gone under the radar as being a solid season for us defensively. Then again, Ferencváros maybe it's actually kind of bad. What was last year? 14, 19, 13, 7. Okay, maybe not. Because we're only halfway through, aren't we? So maybe it's not actually that good of a season. Plus the 45 goals scored that's just disappointing from us. Lucas is doing fine. In fact, now we have enough data, we should be able to see him on the data hub. I mean, that should tell you everything. 95.8 save percentage and a 2.2 expected goals prevented. Now, I know you can't see Joao Virginia anymore because he's... Oh, there he is. There's Joao Virginia. That was what he was at when we decided that he was going to be moving on. 63% save ratio, minus 2.5. So I think our decision to sell him and move Lucas into the first team has been the correct decision. Kevin Lines. Yeah, I looked that stuff up because you can look up on who is, but I'll find something out. Pushkas wants Sefar. Ooh, okay. I was going to say, I didn't think he was even still here. He plays for Dios Jury. He's developed. He was one of the French under-21 guys. See you later, Zoltar. Or welcome in, my friend. Here we go. Ferencváros Maribor. Molfehavar Galatasaray. The big one. I think anything they take other than a defeat here qualifies them for the top 20 or top 24 or whatever. I don't know, Kaka. I suspect that it happened to coincide with the latest match engine update, so I do wonder if something about that... I say the latest, do you know what I mean? The previous big update. I wonder if something they changed in there just didn't agree with him in some way, because it seemed to coincide quite heavily with that. Also, along the time we gave him that new contract, so I just don't know. But he really fell off. Like, I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt initially, but then it started to get worse and worse, and we felt that Lucas was his time to step in. Plus, when we got the big bid for Joao, I wanted him to be able to sail off into the sunset, still thought of well at the club. You know? Hey, Gaffer, how's it going, man? Right, let's go. Molfehavar. We're all Molfehavarians right now. Just get a point. Or a win. A win is fine too, but, like, just get a point. That's all I need from you. I'm going to have to press continue, like, 4 times here on, I suspect. Because just some other things happening during the day. Come on. Anything decent. Yes! Come on. Christopher Owono. He of, I want to come back from my loan spell because I'm playing in the wrong position. You're not laughing now, are you, Christopher? You've just scored the most important goal for them this season. Also, Ferencvaros just casually dicking Maribor again with Aguilar, Horvath, and França. Where did they actually finish then? 5th. Fourth place for Molfehavar. 7. Oh, no. They were so close to getting... Also, Brentford in the Europa League. I literally just noticed that. The balance of the Hungarian team. Yeah, actually, I will show that, yeah. Still won't work. The Nakis and Poilot, I have no idea. Are you getting any crash dumps or anything? So there we go. It's annoying that they didn't get 16th spot, but they did bloody well. There's a lot. I think there's still winnable sides in there. And also, Ferencvaros, 4th place and 17 points in the Europa League is ridiculously good for them. Fair fucking play. 2 more wins for them. So that's 3 more wins. Have we got more points? All right, Dennis. Chill, buddy. Cool your jets. We're moving this way. I don't need a co-pilot. We're all right. We're going that direction. Coefficients. 14.5. 14.5 already. Also, hi, England. What the fuck? Is that because they won some stuff? Potentially. Point is, we're on 14.5. How did they suddenly jump above us so much? Spurs unbeaten Sunday. Yeah. But in the last match day, they've gained 3 coefficient points since then. We were on like 13 point something, and England was on like 13.7, and now they're at 17. How did they gain 4 coefficient points in a single match day? It must be because of bonuses handed out for these positions, right? Because they've got Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal. But then where's our bonus? Right? It's annoying because I just don't know what the bonus is. But we're still doing well. We've still got all 5 teams left. And we've already got more points than last year. We're nearly up to our of the current crop anyway. No, our game was on the same day as theirs. That was the last game of matches. Goal scored in a single game. They all won. I suppose. But it's also going to be divided by 7 or 8 or 9, or depending on how many sides England have in Europe. Let's just actually have a look at this. So England have got West Ham in the Conference League. Everton, Spurs, and Brentford in the Europa League. So that's 4 teams. Ah, shit, wrong button. And then Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester. Bloody hell. So England have 9 teams in Europe, which would make sense if they'd all scored. But remember, it also gets divided by 9. So they're not getting a lot for those wins. They wouldn't have gained 3 coefficient points in a single match day, even if all 9 English sides won, because each win would only be worth like... I'm trying to think what each win would only be worth like 0.1. Was it 10 teams? Jesus Christ. But the point being, it gets divided by 10 because of that then. So they'd actually get it watered down quite a lot. It has to have been... Maybe it is 10 then. There's 3 there. 3 there. Sorry, 6 there. Hang on. So 3 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Because 3 plus 6 and then there's 1 more. But in the Conference League is 10. So that's 10 teams. It does seem odd that they managed to gain so many coefficient points in a single match day, though. Like, because they've gone from... That's a lot. It must have been that they all won, and then there's little bonuses handed out on top of that for coming high up in the groups and stuff, potentially. Yeah, England having 10 sides in Europe is just hilarious. It's just the combos, isn't it? It's just like the fact that because they must have all won on that match day and then they get the extra stuff handed out, because we've gone up by quite a lot that same match day as well, I think. It doesn't feel, my point being, it doesn't feel like we have gone up that much, even because we had 3 wins. Literally, you're right. Every win for them is literally like a draw. No, not even, it literally is the same equivalent, yeah. So a win for an English side is the equivalent in coefficient points as a draw for us. That's mad. Doesn't matter though. England aren't really our worry right now. It was more a case of staying in touch with the likes of Spain and Italy, and frankly, we've done that. I want a season where we get more than 7 sides in Europe. That's the dream. I would love a season where we actually get more than 7 teams in Europe, because it is possible, as we've seen. But I think we'd have to get top 2 one year to make that happen, potentially. Still. Competition, I don't know, Rob. That's the problem. I don't know how SI have broken this down. And obviously, because UEFA have not announced the way they're going to do that, I have no idea what's going on in the background. IE, though, not even IE, what a season we've had so far. 14 points already. Look at the gap we've established between us and Portugal now. Although, actually, Portugal, how the fuck did they suddenly end up on... Oh, no, that's fine. They were on 9 before, weren't they? Point is, we're now 3 points clear of them. We're smashing it. Starting to close the gap to... Well, not that much, admittedly. Starting to close the gap a little bit to France and Germany. But we'll always have these advantages except for that season, so we should still be gaining them. You can't see how much you gain, Arabas. There's no way to see that. The only way that we know how much we're getting is because you can work it out. So basically, a win is worth 2 points and a draw is worth 1 point, but that point is then divided by the number of teams that you have in Europe that year. So with us, a win is now worth 0.4 points and a draw is worth 0.2 points at the current stage. So that's how we know that with us winning, Ferencváros winning, and Molfehovar winning on that match day, we'd have gained 1.2 overall. I don't think we started 3 point. No, we didn't actually start 3.2 behind them. I don't think we started like really close to them, because look, we lost. They lost 4 points on us before we'd even started the season, which is good. Right, nice. Yeah, France managed to get those 2 extra. Yeah, so that's the thing. France got 2 more bonus points too, and they had to have been from. It must be because of PSG getting through there as well. Speaking of PSG, either way though, still fucking sick. We're absolutely smashing it. All we can do is concentrate on what we're doing, right? Nope. And 36 million. Nope. When are the draws? Obviously, we're not in the draw, but we'll have other sides in it. Because we've got Molfehovar at... Actually, that's hilarious. The only team that are even playing in the first knockout round is Molfehovar. Because all the other Hungarian sides finished top 8 in their respective competitions. That's mental. So when does this... Right, it's drawn on the 3rd of Feb. Wow. So basically, the dilution, i.e. the dividing point, is by the number of teams in Europe. So if you were in Europe at any point that season, it counts. So if you have a team that comes into the conference league and gets knocked out first round, you still get divided by that extra team. I think so. Oh, no, I haven't. Sorry, we were just, like, talking about the coefficient stuff. I wanted to, like, sort of solve that issue first. Do I have a team? No, we've got 2 teams in the conference league this year. The first, Tagseth, who I feel like I showed last stream. I remember him being very highly rated. Yeah, we've still got a long way to go, but at least we're now starting to show that we can make a difference. Yeah, I'd say Delphan. That's what we're mostly doing at the moment. Next year, though, I might try out some team report scouting instead, just to sort of mix things up a little bit and try and maybe catch a few players before they hit those levels. Just take a year off of that scouting. That will also allow it to maybe generate a few extra players for us. Transfer money from the transfer budget over your overall balance. No. And unfortunately, this is why I never spend on my transfer budget. Because if your transfer budget is... So, for example, with us right now, our transfer budget is £50 million. We only have 70 in the bank. I've had seasons where our transfer budget is higher than our actual balance. So you just don't spend it, basically. Like, I never spend my entire budget because I want to make sure that we're financially responsible. Because you gotta be. Right, Phil Foden. He was smashing it at City. So... And he's still smashing it at City. 123 England... No, 123 England caps, I should say. Yeah, he's a little bit excellent, isn't he? He's just a little bit on the good side. 400... Because he's got 163 Premier League goals as well. I don't know if he's going to quite maybe reach the heights of 200, but he certainly won't be far off of it if he keeps going. Particularly if he's got solid natural fitness. He could easily play till he's like 34. He would still need some quite insane seasons. Stay rich so the boards don't do a city. Exactly. Now, in fairness, our board have never showed any signs of doing a city in this save, but it's almost like I'm afeared from it from previous saves, so as a result, we always try to keep ourselves rich. Yeah, exactly, Gaffer. So what that'll come... That is weird, but that does happen, sadly. So, point being, just try to treat your transfer balance as like a supplementary thing, right? Just never bring your... Like, if you've got a £50 million budget, but only 70 million in the bank, I would just say halve your budget and just like spend 25 million, unless you find a player that is like desperately, you know, is going to make it work. But that's the way I would go about doing it. Just, you have to be sensible about it. Yeah, as soon as I updated the DF11 Brazio at the start of the game cycle, so it obviously wiped out quite a few things. So we lost Louis Mulder with a bag on his head. We lost, obviously, Phil Furden with the wonderful beard. I mean, how else do you describe it? Why, if it isn't Richard Fiddler, otherwise known to his friends as Dick Fiddler? And no, sadly not. But imagine. Oh yeah, then crack on. Because their bank balance is probably about 9 billion. 2.2k in transfer budget. Yeah, that's not what you want. Yeah, so he's redirects that low. That's fine. Also, Paredo, I actually sold him to Uipest because why not? They wanted him. I let them have him for 900k because that was the bid they put in. He's a solid option for them. Was never going to play for us, right? El Barto lost. Yes, we did. No, El Barto luckily was a regen. So yeah, technically he has been lost, but it also doesn't matter too much because El Barto wasn't a real player. So if I'd kept it, it'd just been a random guy that generated with that same ID number would have had El Barto's face, which would have been funny. JLo, how are you getting on? I love that he, of all people, has managed to find loans consistently. Still no Philippines caps, which is surprising. Although, given the amount of cons on him, God, it's like a Department of Corrections here. Okay, we move. Not Randy enough here. No Randy Hobbs either. Balance drops like 50 million. They sell players to get the balance back up and they give more transfer value. Yeah, at that point, sell to buy, right? Just sort of pick a number that you're comfortable having as your bank balance and then use that as like the difference between your transfer balance and that number. Use that as your transfer budget, basically. Barbara Bruggen is a real player, yes, but El Barto isn't. I actually saw there was an article about Barbara Bruggen the other day. Someone sent me, I think. He's still generating from the block. Indeed, he is. Can't take that away from him. Yeah, so Barbara Bruggen was the goalkeeper, and then El Barto was this a Spanish guy we signed to replace Bart, who we then started calling El Barto. It was I think his name was Joan Poves, was his actual name. That's fine. We go with that. And he's going to complain, and I'll send Yanta. I think that's a coach that he kind of likes. Why am I sending my technical director? That was the technical director. Influential player. He doesn't care. That's fine. You've got a long contract. Sit the fuck down. You know the deal. Frederick. Oh no, Nissen. Oh, Nissen. Yeah, I recognize this name. I think. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, I think I've looked him up. I've tried to look him up before and he wasn't available. I think, doesn't he start off as a second tier player or something? If I remember. Maybe it was weird. Why miss it? Oh, Stewie, what have you got then? Let me know. I'm curious. No, Burger's got a lower back stress fracture. They've tenderized the meat too much, chat. Can't do that. Terrible. Terrible? See you later, Basil. Starts a Brommer. Oh, wait. Our Brommer are a newly promoted side, though. So they should be top flight. Unless it's that because of the way that the Swedish season is, they still technically count as second tier at the start of the game or something. That might be it. Because I think it has to like simulate a season in the background or get halfway through, and that means that they're still second tier according to FM, maybe? I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of that he wouldn't be there. Right. I might start Big Fran again. I feel like he's earned an opportunity to keep playing. Like, he scores, winner stays on, you know? He's got 2 appearances for us this season. He's got 6 goals. What's not to like? Although it would be nice of us to actually start scoring a few goals as well. Effie and Ralph. Doesn't bring enough. No, that's the thing. They really do need to look at the dynamics of the sponsorships and television money for leagues. It's mad that your league can get so much better and get no more money invested into it. Like, we're going to be the 6th best league in Europe next season. I think we can all safely say that. And yet, we're getting... Our sponsorship is better than it was with Treaty, but that's only because Hungary starts further up, I would say. Oh yeah, now it's after the winter update, of course. But remember, this save was started in November, so that stuff is kind of irrelevant to it. Danny Alves has been a hunger strike in prison. Wait, hang on. Danny Alves is in prison? It's not even the hunger strike bit that's done me. It's the... I had no idea he was even in prison. What happened there? Encourage? Cool. Oh, really? Jesus. I did not know that. That's, Jesus. Subtle gulping begins. First of all, yeah, it's kind of mental, innit? That could be the case. And I don't feel like it would be that difficult to change either. Just have it be on like a sliding scale based on the reputation of the league, the club within that, and then the coefficient rank. Use those three things as a weighted metric and just have a number that is based around those that just gets spat out. That, you know, it's somewhere within this range. You can get some TV contracts and stuff like that. I don't know why that would be so difficult to implement, right? Technically, some of them are slightly dynamic, which means clearly there's been some thought there. I just feel like enough hasn't been put into it, right? Bellingham with the pen. Nice. Another goal for Job. But I guess it's just because this sort of stuff is such a minimal thing that you wouldn't notice most of the time if you're playing as Manchester City, so I guess that's why it doesn't matter that much. I always have to remind myself, you know, this is not the target. I'm essentially not the target audience for this game. Bung.football, yeah, no, I wouldn't want that. That would look proper. Those look super, like, those domains just don't look right for me. But I know. Where's my big money? Here we go. Fran. Ah, nearly. Oh, I'll have to have a look into that later then. Can be better in the coefficient. True, but that's what I mean. You could have like a range. So it takes into account other factors, but it has to take into account some of the factors. Like, there has to be something as a Hurley with a beautiful finish. Oh. Yeah, no, it has to be on the registry of players, which is fine and all that, but I don't know. I guess it just doesn't look amazing when most of the people that are like fronting your game from like an outward perspective, i.e. most of the creators, don't do those kind of saves, and it just looks like I think it makes the game look worse accidentally almost. That's a great finish from Hurley, by the way. Outside of the left foot volley. What a strike. You just got to keep asking them, Arabas. We didn't even ask them. They just did it. Usually the reason I don't ask the board for a new stadium is because it usually costs a lot of money and we can never afford it. Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever it is dynamic, they focus too much on overall realism to the point where it sort of defeats the point of it being dynamic, I guess. I think that's exactly the case, Pixeloo. That's the joke we always make, is that would this bug have come up if I was playing one season as Manchester City? If not, then it probably didn't get like fixed. That's the joke we make. Obviously, that is not the case, but sometimes it does occasionally feel a little bit like that. As Hardy's in again. What a save! I like that pairing between Navarro and Hardy. We've seen that link up a few times now. The game probably sticks it. Bear in mind, Hungary in this save is not a developing country, if you recall. So that is worth noting. That seems to have made zero difference to it anyway. To be fair, even when we were with Treaty and we won like 3 of the last 4 Champions Leagues at one point, we still had players complaining that they wanted to leave to go to Barcelona, who, as far as I know, we had one spate where a lot of players wanted to leave, and the team they wanted to leave to had not won a Champions League in the entire history of the save after like 30 years. It might have been Bayern. Bayern had a weird barren spell in that save as well. Also, 19,000 in the stadium for this game against Újpest, which is surprising because I swear we got less than this for Real Madrid. Like, what's the big deal with Újpest here? The ultimate derby. Well, River, I suppose. I'm not sure if he did, Bidishar. What a header from Fernandez. But I know that he released some parts of it, I believe. Made no difference to the new gens that I can see. Yeah, no, it is about the clubs. And I thought that was just understandable. £10 for a £10 for tomatoes. Christ. Substitutions needed. Brandon Silva, off you come. Francois, I gave you a chance, buddy. Castillo's coming. I know, we're going to start Bizarma. Not start, but bring in Bizarma. And maybe get Shit, he's on the bench. Fuck, we'll just leave it at that then. I think the other problem is with the rep, there is very little entropy and decay on the rep because... Also, speaking of... Someone asked last stream about Angel. Well, there he is. He just got sent off for Vashas. 12 caps for Hungary, this man somehow managed to get with low self-belief. If he believed in himself, he might have got 13 caps. But the issue is because over the course of a save, the reputation of most clubs is rising and it doesn't fall fast enough. And that means that the reason you sometimes can't overtake leagues in terms of reputation is because they'll hit like a hard ceiling of 10,000 and then they just don't fall, which means that you can never overtake them. Like, no matter what you do, there's no way of overtaking them. And I think that is a bit of a problem. I think that maybe they should have more reputation decay. Since they have that work for, like, scout knowledge, so why can't it work for reputation? Just apply that same system where it should be, I think. I feel like scouting knowledge decays way faster than it should do, and reputation decays way slower than it should do. It seems like he must have been certainly at one point that way, Black Arrow, yeah. The reputation does certainly seem to be a little bit funky, particularly when you notice it in the Champions League matches. We've seen how weird it can... Like, when you're playing against massively high rep sides, the goals they score against you are so weird. Because they're never good goals. They're always like some weird defensive error or like a glitchy goes to your goalkeeper's chest goal. And maybe it's not always. Maybe I'm just being incredibly small sample size. You know, it's hard to break out of that. Hello, gentlemen. This is the kind of... Yeah. That's proper like FM 5-star in it. Maybe there's more to him. We'll see. You're a all right goalkeeper. Good reflexes. One-on-ones might be okay. Aerial reach. 6'2". Not bad. More information required, but I like him. So swap almost, yeah, Braxio. Just swap him over. Maybe don't do that, but like, do you know what I mean? It feels like scouting knowledge decays too quickly, and then reputation decay doesn't exist, basically, for the most part. Like, it does obviously happen because you get reputation drops according to the game. But then again, that might not even be a reputation drop. That could just be other teams overtaking their rep. It's hard to tell. I assume it does happen, but I think it just happens too slow. Also, look at our run we've been on lately. That's the only game where we conceded goals. It's good. Yeah, that's exactly it. If you get your scout, and firstly, they take forever to... Like, you could send it to... I'd like to do a test with this, where I see how long it takes my scout if I sent them somewhere to actually get full knowledge of this nation. Like, just see how long. Like, if they're there for 5 years. The problem is, they go away for like a month and you send them somewhere else and they've just forgotten that Brazil exists. It just feels a bit strange to me. Oh, what's this buyout clause? Is it Baptiste Burger again? I love that I actually owe them money. What do I owe you? 180 grand? For Baptiste Burger? Are you mad, bruv? I said the most expensive burger of all time. More offers for Castillo. 82 million now, Christ. This guy, I know, what a loser, thinking Brazil exists. Where's the 5 guys? Yeah. One day I'll have 5 guys and it'll actually be hot. Yeah, no, I remember that video, but obviously this is this year's game, and I know there have been some changes to it, but they seem to have, if anything, made it worse on that. I feel like a lot of the things that we've done to make BAN saves more viable are things that we've had to introduce ourselves, and some of it's out of our control. But slowly but surely, I think we're finally building a setup that just really works for these. I mean, this for me has been easily the most fun I've had in a Building a Nation in ages, particularly as we're only in Season 10. From next year, by the way, I'm probably going to do the Champions League, the first 6 Champions League games as one stream rather than 3 and 3. That way we get that little bit more progress overall. Because I definitely think it's possible. So that will save us a stream. And then we can make a little bit more overall progress without actually costing ourselves anything. Because we're not missing out on like a youth intake stream, anything where it's super important stuff happens. Why is the striker name redacted? I didn't see anything. I didn't see that. Due to actually poor performance. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, on target. I bet it was. Arsenal Menninger, 24 million. All right, look, Arsenal, give me 30 million. Didn't think so. It's worth a go. 119 million for Castillo. What should be a really shit deal? 20 internet. I mean, he'd get them obviously, but so that is actually over 100 million. Fair play. Still no, but fair play. Wait, there's something. That's annoying because he's one of the guys we were looking at, but oh well. think sometimes what the slight problem is, you'll see that a thing will happen like once in real life, and then that's used as an example of why it happens to you 3 times a season in FM. And I think that it's because you play through so much FM in such a short space of time, I think, that you get a different opinion of it, almost like something that happens very rarely in real life sometimes will happen in FM too much, but then it's because you play so many of the games as well. Like, you don't play FM at the normal speed, but yeah, still it can get a bit irksome sometimes. But one thing I will say is I think Hadrian might have just got a bit unlucky because we've not had any major injuries today. I don't understand, James, why your max value is so low compared to ours, because we're not doing anything different, unless it's just, I really don't know. Seri, okay, this is more like it. I don't think these are the sales I want to make now at this point. We've got the cash. We're not in a position to have to sell unless we got an absolutely obscene offer. Cancel. I'm glad it's been cancelled. Cancel the deal that I was not going to let happen anyway, but sure. You do you. I think it's just might be because I stalled it there. Alvarado? Should we start in more games? Interesting. Surprised he isn't, honestly. Ah, that's even better. that's even better. Right. Register players. We might have to do a bit of registering here because we've lost a few. So we can bring in a few extra guys. Velasquez is fine. Just want to see if there's any new under 21 guys. So we might as well... Oh, Donovan doesn't count. We'll bring in Bazama, because why not? Kraus definitely coming in. And I guess Francois Xavier Hardy, right? Or Donzalo. Actually, I'm going to bring in Donzalo instead. Gives us more defensive backup. And that's the maximum then. Hopefully... If anyone's going to complain, it's going to be Bazama. But as a fringe player, he might not. Immediately worth 60 million. Yeah, that's strange because our values have been very dynamic in this save. Who? Oh, that youth player. Yeah, he's going to be worth even more money now, aren't he? Well, outside of ourselves, this season, we're literally relying on all... We've got Molfervar, Ferencváros, Kisvárda, and Újpest. All 4 of them have qualified. In fact, we should have their draws soon. And Kisvárda looking to strengthen their team already. We'll go to the 4th, and then we'll have a look to see who Molfervar drew. If they could just get a slightly winnable tie, it would be sick. Right. So, Europa League. Come on, Molfervar. Lille. Fuck. That's annoying. Because they've already lost to Lille this season. That's disappointing. That's super disappointing. God damn it. So when's that game? February 12th. Alright. I guess the one benefit of us not having this extra round of the Champions League is that we do at least maintain a little bit of extra freshness, but, you know, is that really worth anything? Yeah, I think that Vålerenga would have been an okay one. Considering a move, that should be okay. I can convince him to... I can't remember. There's one of these that works really well on this screen as well. I've still, in the entirety of this save, not had a single ask player to solve issue that's actually worked. Not once. If I recall, it's... Oh, okay, never mind. No discussion needed, apparently. I believe they lost away. Or did they? We can have a look. Leadership of the captains, it's okay. But, yeah. It's not worked for us. I don't know if... What is Jarju's leadership, actually? $15. $15's not bad. It's just that, unfortunately, he's a proper wimp. Mol played, yes. Well, no, Mol didn't play. Mol have their draw. They got their draw, which was Lille. Since it were, look, yeah, it's classic SI of just over nerfing it the other way, right? If J-Lo had a problem, he'd be right up there. A bit like a fucking greyhound. What was I going to check? Oh yeah, they're Molfervar's fixtures. I swear they played Lille. I think it was like their first game, wasn't it? Or maybe not. Maybe it was French. Oh, wait. No, there it is. Yeah, they lost 2-0 away from home at Lille. Diondre Bellio scored, and they had an absolutely woeful performance. So, I don't know. I'm not convinced that they're going to be able to beat Lille, to be honest with you. I'd love it if they could, but I just don't know. Maybe they can just go down fighting and like win the home game or something, maybe? Just to get us a little extra point on top. At this point, every point counts, right? They have the home leg first, which is something, I guess. If they could get a sneaky... The one thing Molfehevar did do, which was really good, was in the Champions League playoff, they actually beat Rangers. And the reason they did this is because they won the first leg 3-0. They just put down a stall that even if they played shit, they generally don't lose by huge amounts in the second legs. So being able to lose by like 2-0 was massive for them. I think they lost the second leg like 4-2 or something. But that sure helps. Their recruitment meeting. Trying to sneak that in there. Cheeky. Any more loanies? Fancy a move? Get rid of Goof. Oh, Zwane maybe. Uipeš wants Zwane. Obviously that's not happening. And Ilson Jr. as well by Budapest. Nice. Couple of extra loans. Why the fuck not? Good stuff. Try to click your own red messages. Well, hey, all I'll say, James, is this. Stop reading my mail. Ever tried the San Marino challenge? No. No real plans to either. It just, it just doesn't interest me that much, honestly. Although, San Marino might feature in a video soon because of something to do with the thing that Hadrian and I were talking about on Tuesday's stream. I had an idea that might make that video a little bit more, not that it isn't already interesting, a little bit extra interesting on top of that. Okay, a couple more loanies would be nice. If Zwane, I mean, he's worth a decent amount of cash. He's actually a good player. He's got a cap for South Africa. If he gets a loan, that'd be solid. No new loans for these guys. But Uipeš wanted him as a regular starter. That's fine. Malmo. You know what? Fuck it. You want to go Malmo for a season? Since no Hungarian side's going to take you, crack on, buddy. Sometimes I just do that. That's what I was thinking, Johnny, potentially, yes. Is to whether that would work from a national team perspective if we've suddenly made that San Marino's home ground was in like 16,000 feet. I'd be curious to see how it would affect their fixtures. And I'm thinking about using Lincoln City as the English version just because of Lincoln's notorious flatness. Lincolnshire Mountain Rescue will finally have something to do. How many loans are we actually up to now? 112. So we're doing okay. We have drawn a few guys back sensibly this year, though. So Castillo will start this time, I think. I think he deserves to play. Since we'll alternate between him and Jean with what's it, Jiggy? Oh, he will, yeah. It's a mountain to climb. Oh, fuck. I keep nearly instinctively putting tackle harder on these guys, as that's what I did 38 fucking times yesterday. That's some out-of-body experience. Just get the guitar out and start weeping. Everybody's like, no, he hasn't. It's only February. So nothing's happened. And it probably won't happen today, I don't suspect. Unless we somehow get up to the youth intake, which could actually happen. Just because we're missing a round of the Champions League. So we might get closer to the youth intake today than we normally do for these streams. Clifford Gibraltar. I thought the San Marino would... Oh, actually, yeah, I like your thinking there. But San Marino itself is quite high up as well, is it not? Well, not that high, obviously. Yeah, they have to use, like, actual climate. The only person who can actually deliver mail in San Marino is Alex Honnold. But he's got a backup job to fall back into. Don't want to fall back if you're a climber. If you can avoid it. God, when I watched Free Solo, I've never had sweatier feet than watching Free Solo. I was watching it in bed, and the sheets where my feet were actually like wet from my feet sweating watching that, man. It was, oh god, brilliant film though. Would highly recommend it, but lordy lord, did things to me. Like, even though you're sat there going, well, they probably wouldn't have made this film if you'd like died or something, but you just don't know with these things these days, do you? Maybe I was accidentally watching a snuff film. Yeah, Midjourney can do a lot of stuff like that now. I mean, we use it to make our stadium, and this might be a red, you know. For some reason, I've noticed now, it doesn't always work, but I can now start to tell when a red card is coming in the match engine. Obviously, this is not an example of that, but there's a slight, like, glitchiness to the screen, and the ball has to be in a certain part of the pitch, but I have noticed now that I was noticing this yesterday. I was able to predict when red cards were coming. Take a minute, right? Yeah, literally. It's a brilliant film, though. What are yours with bankers? Your summary. They're all mountain rescue. Yeah, every single one of them. They're all Sherpas. We beat Vashas 8-0 in the cup earlier this season, and yet here we are coming up to half time, and it's still 0-0. Like, what are we playing at here? Do we need a second half Francois? Because it was his performance in that game that really set us apart. So maybe a second half substitute for him. Get him on, kill him off, and go from there. Oh, Jarju's getting stuck in. Love it. Or, Our football... I don't know if the tactical tweaks we've made have made the hugest of differences, but it does feel like we're settling on something quite nice, and I feel like it definitely has made us better against better sides in Europe as well. And if that does sacrifice a little bit in the league occasionally, I'm actually okay with that. It's a nice middle ground. Like, after all, we have had our best ever season in Europe as far as the league phase, at least. And it could have been even better if it wasn't for that late goal. So, we're definitely making improvements. And Silva's got the strength to keep going here. Can he square it? Oh, Malero! My goodness me. I mean, is that a header or is that more of a it's hit him in the face and just gone in? Oh. Oh, I haven't actually seen that. Slahegre. That sounds quite interesting, actually. Look at this. He goes outside of the foot and then the ball just hits Malero in the face. Except it doesn't because he actually gets his head to it. Great stuff. Hello, Gav. How's it going, man? Okay, we take that. Castillo's not had a good game, though. I don't know if he'd react that well to me yanking him at half-time, but he's going to have to find out, isn't he? Malero with the Danny Rojas special. If you'll ask him, he'll say football is life. It's just the truth. Or fuck off, Trent Grimm. Did I just see an injury to one of our loanees in the other game there? Oh, we all would, Slugs, you know. I'm a master with my hands. Smooth, innit? Moisturizer. Got to keep the smooth hand, smooth skin, chat. Got to look after the skin now I'm in my 30s, you see. You know, I'm starting to age. I'm getting grey hairs everywhere. Mostly on my head. In fact, exclusively on my head. But goddamn, every time I look at my hair, I feel like there's at least 10 more of them. I think I'll be very distinguished. Oh my god, that's an effort. Thursday's going well, Gav, actually. We've smashed it in Europe. Hungary's on the up. We're already at 14.5 points this season, which is insane. And we've not even got to the knockouts yet. I mean, obviously, it could all go wrong if all the Hungarian sides get terrible draws in their next round. But, I don't know. I feel like there's some strength with Kisvárda and Újpest. You know, those two were... Kisvárda won the Conference League group. Ferencváros came like 4th in the Europa League as well. And Molfeirvár, you never know. Maybe they can pull off a miracle. Who knows? Oh, go on, Yakubu. Thump it. Or square it fit for Hardy. Or... I don't know what we're expecting here. Serie, oh, he's at the bar! Whew. File that under things you like. Indeed. That file is getting bigger and bigger. It actually is, Slugs. I didn't even know you were here, but how's it going, man? Yakubu, if you could just, like, not shoot from that angle, that would be absolutely awesome. Oh, Vergashik, he's on there from us as well. To Schmidt, that is... Yeah, he's Noah Schmidt. Oh, well. Pushkas, by the way, looking like a hard relegation this season. This might be the season where they finally go. Because they've been looking terrible for several seasons, but now it does feel as if they're actually going to take the drop. It might honestly be good for them. Rebuild. Because I think there's a club there that could actually help us later down the line, but they've got to get their shit together. Because as things stand, they've never looked like a team that could ever quote... They had that one good half a season where they looked like... Oh, what a header from Hardy. Oh, and again with the miss. They know he'll miss. No, he won't miss. He's been on fire lately. See, look, since half-time, he's already had a better first half. He's already had a better 70 minutes. Like, 20 minutes or whatever, than Castillo in that first half. He's an absolute monster. He's turned back to being a good player again, remarkably. Yeah, fuck it, we'll do a bit Hurley. Tony Powell, or Pavel, thank you very much for the follow. Would I lose my job? What is that? For some reason from here, I thought that was a mongoose, Gav. Maybe he's just coaching Vasas from the sidelines. But what I will say is, Hardy does seem to just, like, not lose rating in this current setup. Even when... Bloody hell. Even when he's not scoring, he seems to be contributing stuff to the build-up more than Castillo often does. I don't know if maybe he's got better passing than Castillo, but he just... Maybe the aerial threat is allowing him to win knock-ons for people, but he just does things. And I'm enjoying his work so far, albeit over a small sample size, but, you know, credit to him. He's slowly turning his career around here a little bit. What on earth is this defensive play? Jarju. Ah. Second goal would be lovely, lads, if you could. Just so we don't get further into this XG deficit. Hey, Ragnar. How was your afternoon, my friend? Got a couple of mid-journey tests for you later on. Probably just the one today, although because I'm suspecting, weirdly, I feel remarkably good of bladder right now. Let's give Hardy the penalty. Why not? Just boost his stats further. There he is. He's nervous. Well, That means he's going to miss. But luckily, we're already winning. German language studies. Kopfenbanger. Krankenwagen. I have nothing else to add. Having exclusively played all of the bottom half. That's not what you want. You really don't want that. And he has scored, though. Francois, despite his nerves, he's overcome them to score yet another goal for MTK Budapest. I'm telling you. There's a play. I mean, obviously, it's only from the spot, but I'm liking his work. What did you say to me? Oh, shit. I think I called you a mattress ambulance, as it happens. Live joke. I wonder what that could possibly mean, Slugs. Although it's not that dissimilar to what I said during today's intro, so who knows? Well, I keep picking up this like lip thing and fidgeting with it when there's literally a fidget toy sat on the desk. Oh, he just came back. It's nice to see De Bruyne scoring again, though. I think those two are pretty... Actually, Kishvara in Europe would be nice. It's the same in all languages. I would say so, yeah. I'm just trying to justify the £26 million. What the hell? Oh, okay. I was going to say, who the hell are you? But obviously, that's a real person. And he's insanely good. But I think that's because of a look-up from a while ago. I must have accidentally scouted him or something. I've got to stop doing that. Calvin Bassey as well in there. Nice. We were promising fingers in bottom. That's true, yeah. I mean, that is a different... What the hell? That is an entirely different stream. That is not appropriate. Michael Sunday there. Good stuff. Actually, wait. This was the guy... I swear I noticed this guy being... there was a guy I saw in Yimba Arbor that looked quite decent. So there's Matondo. Another... I'm not getting suckered into buying another expensive Belgian teenager again. No, not again. 14 straight wins is very good. Look at our defensive record lately as well. We've been very solid. Got a kick. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, no for me. I got approached by a betting company about a potential sponsorship. It was a real one, but, like, I just don't... I actually had some struggles a little bit with gambling back in, like, 2013, 2014. So I'm very reticent to get involved in things like that, obviously. So, yeah. The better player named after it. Well, I think many days don't have any players named after it. CSGO says, no, like, sports betting. No, I've only ever played CSGO, like, twice in my entire life. Last time I played it, it fucked all my computer sound up, and I had to, like, spend 2 hours resetting all my sound up before I could even record a video. And as a result, I've refused. Hobby win again? God damn it. Yeah, Pushkas are 7 points from safety, and they've only won 2 games this season. They're getting relegated. Bang bet. Now you're talking. Ban from Twitch to promote it. This wasn't for Twitch. This was for YouTube. I think. Like, yeah, I used to. It was to the like I never had what you call a problem, but like I could have I think had it been left unchecked, it possibly could have developed into a problem. Is the way I'm looking at it now. No new contract you needed. Good shit. Cool. FIFA Ultimate. Yeah, I never really bought packs with FIFA because I used to, back when I was doing my exercise bike FIFA stuff, because I played the game so much as a result of doing that, I earned enough stuff through that to like never have to worry about buying packs. Well, healthy was the part of noticing that there was an issue here and stopping and sorting it before it became a massive problem, to the point where I do still gamble occasionally. I'll very occasionally these days whack an ACCA on like a load of 3 o'clock kickoffs just on a BTTS one, just because I do find that a little bit fun. Just, you never know, right? But it's only like a $5 every couple of months rather than anything actually serious. Genius is going to Malmo. 2-year streak on Duolingo. I think my longest ever streak on Duolingo was like 70 days when I was doing Norwegian. So Zwali has gone to Budapest. That could help them in the Conference League after Christmas. Because I don't think... Oh, unless they've already had to register their lineup. That's a shame if that was the case. Individual pack. Yeah. Oh, of course it was, wasn't it? I don't remember that. I remember back when you could just buy FIFA coins really easily, so I did that back in the day. But then that's when the market was utterly like destroyed. I love how Man City are in the knockout round, the first knockout round here. That's exactly it, your friend. Yeah, Feel some kind of positive. Yeah. That's not what you want. But, I mean, hopefully you're feeling better now, right? Oh, FIFA's just an awful game. To score every game and it fails. I had the only bet that I've won that was like, oh, wow. I had a 42-1 shot on player to score any time in 4 World Cup matches. It was during the 2014 World Cup, I think it must have been. Brazil. I think it was in Brazil. It must have been Brazil, yeah. And there was one match day where there was 4 different matches. It was the only match day in the whole World Cup where there was 4. And I had an anytime scorer on 4 players to score, 1 in each game. And I actually did manage to get them all. It was Daniel Sturridge, Kaisuke Honda, and there was like 2 more. Because it was when England played Italy and Sturridge scored. It was that game, that day. I'm going to put a bet on Croatia winning the World Cup. Is she Croat, by any chance? Holland's still good. I imagine he is, yeah. 149 cap. Do a goal swing the wrong way. Oh, my God. That's insane. I think you're probably in a good shape for that one, Pixeloo, to be honest. If you put that with the bookie, she'd probably get like 50p back. Full English. Oh, she just had a feeling, right? Like Dick Mount. What the hell is Dick Mountain? I just go mental and bet my mid-terrace house and how many. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I've only ever, when I've done that sort of stuff, I've only ever used Bet365. And very occasionally I still use them to watch a game. Because, you know, you can get a little bit there. I did that one time. I can't remember why. Oh, yeah. For me, when I'm doing an accurate, it's 10 or 12. 10 or 12. BTTS. Always choose a load of English League games. I've had one that got 19 out of 20. So it was, as in 19 out of 20 goals. So both teams. Oh, like, Jesus. So close. It would have got me like 6 grand. Mid-journey prompt for the Bang Arena. I can find out for you. Oh, just got a message from Nyman. Oh, legend, Nyman. Thank you. I'm probably going to do some... Not if you're watching. If you hear this somehow. I'm probably going to make a new logo for Bang using Mid-journey so it looks really good. But I might use the same font from that and then with the logo on top of it. That's awesome. Thank you. Mid-journey. I have to scroll out. I've got lots of like logos and shit in here from when I was looking at it the other day. It was... The prompt I used was soccer stadium, blue and white seats, 19,000 seats, Budapest aerial view, 4K super realistic, --AR 16:9, 16:9, --V space 4 space --Q space 2. That's what I used. Dribbling on the bench. Yes, it is. Yes. I think he played the last game, so he's a bit tired. Russian table tennis. As fast as... Oh, you're nice. Actually, there was one time where I actually beat the bookie. In that I had knowledge that they didn't have. I'll say didn't have. Were too lazy to have, I guess. And that actually won me quite a lot of money. Which was fun. It was on BTC. It was a BTCC touring car race. Because they actually had a market for that, incredibly. And they had a driver called Matt Jackson at like 50-1 to win the next race because he'd finished 12th in the previous race. But what they didn't realise was that the last race of the day was reverse grid. And it was the 12 cars there were reversed and he started from pole. But they didn't know that. So I had a bet on him at like £5 at this huge stake. And he started from pole, lights the flag, win. Beautiful. Free money. It was wonderful. Obviously, he still could have lost it from there, but it was never should have been that high odds. That's the only time I've ever felt like I actually like beat them with genuine knowledge. 700 on WWE. That feels like really dodgy that you could bet on that. £0.5 on all leg scoring. All scores right on 100. Fair play. And then he sat there going, God, I wish I'd put £1 on. Okay, Kishvada. Oh, be cool to see what De Bruyne... Oh, I like that they play Merla and De Bruyne up through the middle together. That must be where they're just absolutely killing teams. With those two as a strike force, it's pretty potent, honestly. All of a sudden, they stopped. Yeah. I love how this all started with me saying that I wasn't going to take probably a gambling sponsorship. And that's just us turned into, well, I want to know some money once. Wigan League shift. Yeah, I don't think you're getting your pound back on that one, Rick. You should have been a bit more sensible and gone like Newcastle to get Europe, but I guess the odds wouldn't have been as good, would they? Never won a bet, really? I mean, I suppose it depends on how many you've made, right? Are they really? I suppose 80 to 1 to win the league isn't even that much. I suppose they've been a little bit more careful about league-winning bets when the whole Leicester situation happened, right? Hurley knocks... What a header! That might be one of the best headers I've ever seen. Hurley's just scored a header from the byline. That's mad. It's a great cross from Silva, but he's so far away there, and he somehow looped it over the... not from the byline, but that's a bloody tight angle for that. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Yeah, and bear in mind, this actually started from me talking about how I thought I was developing a little bit of a gambling habit at one point, so that's what I was actually trying to say, but then I got it in check, basically. Hurley from Lost Strokes. Oh, yeah. Bear in mind, the reason that he's called Hurley is because his name is Hugo Reyes. As De Bruyne, he's at the post. It was £400 tax rebate. Wow, fair play. Hey, Hugh. Just a substitute. But, I mean, yeah, honestly, it's. I mean, hey, have you ever seen us in the same room? It sort of did coincide with me actually starting this YouTube channel. Genuinely. Because this would have been like around like March, May 2014 going into the summer. And obviously I started this YouTube channel actually making content on it in, not this YouTube channel, no, first thing, in 2014. In September 2014. So it wasn't that long afterwards, actually. So you're right. Maybe that's what fixed it for me. Just play more Football Manager. I always thought it would be cool if there was an API that allowed you to actually bet on the games within FM. Like using like Twitch channel points or something. How sick would that be? Taking over by fantasy. A fantasy itch? Hang on. What does that entail, Slugs? You just can't stop buying Brandon Sanderson novels. To be fair, we had someone in chat the other day. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Gaffer, actually, that won an obscene amount of money at... oh, Christ. What was the races? Oh, fantasy football. For some reason, I thought you meant, like, fantasy novels. Because that's where I've been putting too much money lately. Either is fine. Hello, Pog. How's it going? Wow, that's... I mean, fair play, I suppose. It's like when all those YouTubers got in trouble for the CSGO gambling scandals and all that sort of shit. Old school YouTube drama. Those are the days. Go on, Hurley's cut inside again. Oh, it's a great save. I nearly called their goalkeeper Chorizo, then Churio. Well, I'm excellent, Pog. Thank you very much for asking, my love. How are you? We have not spoken today. I think I saw you getting ready and went about to sleep again for like 20 minutes. That's the extent of our discussions today. Look at us. Look at us 2-0 up. And actually playing all right. So this is it's not directly in the plans. Ideally, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's not. I'm not going to desperately try to get to it if we don't. You know, there is a lot of it. Yeah, it's sort of everywhere because it's such a big market for it, isn't it? Many counts. Yeah, I don't think that really counts, does it? Because like, it just didn't happen. You just can't be killed. I'm not crying. Well, I mean, yeah, that's a good start to the day. I hope you're okay, Chris. Oh, that's a ball. Go on, Castillo. And as usual, the one-on-one is missed. No express. I mean, true, but we have lost like 3 games this season, which is more than we usually do, and the gap is definitely shrinking between us and the sides around us in the league because they've got so many better players. And I think if we just have one of them get into the Champions League, it's going to make a huge difference because they'll have more money. And I think this is a cup game anyway. Oops. Being investigated for forging will also benefit gambling. Really? Bit of Brazilian Calciopoli. Well, that wasn't really gambling, was it, with the Calciopoli thing? Oh, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, I think you can't really. I mean, occasionally people do, but it's more a case of luck, isn't it, really? Like, whatever happens, the house is always going to win eventually. That feels so Norwegian as well. It's just like really curt, to the point. Yep. Not crying. I'm alive. It's all good. Oh, what a ball. What a sec. I don't know what to do. Other than get frowned on for half an hour. This man just saves everything. Like, stop it. Stop being good. Damn it. I've specifically requested it. Get Darla off as well, actually, for Alvarado, I guess. Yeah, exactly. He's very stoic, and I do like me some stoicism. Big up Marcus Aurelius. Big up Epictetus. Big up Seneca. Oh no, I've dropped it. Oh, that's annoying as fuck, because that's gone down the back of my desk. I'll have to crawl under there and find the damn thing now. Oh, what that's doing after stream. Silver's all the way through, and is hit the bar again. Big up epic titties indeed. Hello, Alice. Have you not read Meditations by Epic Titties? Highly recommend it. It's quite a big volume, you know? I mean, obviously. I'm a simple man. As you know. Right. I can't not let this be found. I'm going to have to crawl under my desk and find this. Get to see a bit of live archaeology chat. Off we go. I've survived. They're in Alice's new comic. No way. Alice, I need a link. I need to see this in all its glory. Oh, there we go. So there's not a lot of movement there. He's gone spelunking. Yes, I did. I went spelunking for epic titties. Ah. Oh, 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 oh. Bum, bum, bum. Did you like my pre-match chat with the players? I thought a passionate speech was ideal for such a big game. Yeah, but this is Europe. We're guaranteed to pick up an early booking for sweeping 2-footed tackle. True. Only 4 minutes in, and that's... This is just Thomas Velasquez, the cartoon. Also, if you don't follow Alice's comics on Twitter, then you really should. Desk archaeology. Yeah, it's what you want. You need a bit of desk archaeology. I can't say the word out. Archaeology. I love how Five Guys is trending in the UK. Like, what's going on there? So no, it's the Bing.com arena, not Bing. That's 2 N's. Oh Lord. Hey, look, it's the fractured arms that Hadrian told us all about. Although, hang on, he's fractured his arm after a tackle? Where did they tackle him? Exactly. Concerning. Suspicious. Just saying. Good for Velasquez, though. Well done, buddy. You are genuinely absurd. Oh, he's no longer a wonder kid. He's now a hard-working midfielder. And boy, is he. Maybe, yeah. He got Nigel de Jong'd in the arm. Okay, we're through there. And is it I think it's the Thursday that we're going to get the next round of matches. Oh, rugby talk. I suppose, yeah. Just picks him up and, like, tombstones him. But that wouldn't really affect his arm, would it? Maybe he just rocks up in pads. We do win a lot in the cup. We've not lost a cup game in 6 years. Oh, Lucas is improving. Is he, though? He's a solid keeper. I do wonder how much he's going to ever improve beyond that, but he's done all right for us this season. He's ranking well, and that's all we can be thankful for. Edgardo Fernandez as well. What a player he is. Jesus Christ. Seriously. Universidad... Oh, here we go. Universidad de Católica, though. Great team. Great players. Right. He's thinking about improving. Yeah, he's like, I might, you know... might delete. I felt cute, might delete, innit? So, Lille, Molfervar. If they've got any hope, they have to win the home leg, really, don't they? There's just... I agree, yeah. I think something like a 2... Actually, no, I think 2-0 to Lille, maybe. I just don't know if they're going to have enough in the tank to beat someone like Lille here. And obviously Conference League, but none of our teams are in the Conference League. Look at Shamrock Rovers, by the way. Knockouts of the Conference League. I like to think so, John. It's something for the whole family. Okay, moment of truth. Oh, wait. Okay, we'll skip that. We don't care about that. Playing Zalagaseg. Good for them, I suppose. They get to meet our presence with a Zlatan of teams. I mean, hey. It ain't a win. They're probably going to lose the second leg. But you know what? Just the fact that they didn't lose gives us hope. And also, it gives us a cheeky little coefficient point. It's another 0.2. You can't look, don't look a gift Molfehavar in the mouth. Because what does that mean? So now 14.7. It's, it's a 0.2. We'll take it. Keeps us sort of top 4. I mean, the fact that we're still rating at a top 4 level this season is genuinely obscene. And remember, there's only one English side in the Conference League. So you never know. Maybe there's still a chance that we could get a lot of points back there with those two going quite deep. Watch them draw each other in the next round or something like they did last time. JW Yale, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, so second leg's next week. I don't know. Just only losing 1-0. They've got a chance, Blessing. I'm guessing it's this team? I'm guessing it's this team. And Nikolai, thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you for extending your stay at Bing.com for 5 months. You love to see it. And Rezi, thank you for the follow. And James Nolan, thank you for the follow. All the follows all of a sudden. Oh, I'll press that socials button. Which will then cover things up for no reason. Yeah, we had Lincoln Red Imps, I think, got to the group stages on this save. Yeah, our arch enemy is Bing.com. We're all about the Beng here. Spelt Bung, pronounced Beng. That's the dream. Oh. Well, that's blessing. I don't know what I can show you because they're not particularly good. And they probably don't have any players either. Oh, they do! In fact, they've got a really young Dutch dude here. Well, not Dutch. Well, his second nationality Dutch, of course he is. Lewis and Babu. Related to Kevin, perhaps? I guess we'll never know. 1-4-1 in 5 of my last 8 games. That's weird. I remember having a spell. I can't remember which FM it was on. But every game that was 3-2 followed the exact same pattern. And it happened like 15 times in a row. To the point where I thought something was broken in the match engine. I think it might have been Stockport County where this happened. Where like every time a game went 3-2, and it happened a fair amount more than you would expect as well. But they always had the same pattern. So it was, you'd go ahead, they'd equalise, then they'd go ahead, then you'd equalise, then you'd go ahead. It really, really odd. Every game was going 2-2. Yeah. Was that FM 20 maybe? I think I remember something like that happening in Outcast to Icons maybe. What's the deadline day? In that case, we just do one last little last-ditch effort to try and get some of these guys out on loan, because it looks like there is actually some interest. You're obviously not interested. You're wanted by... I love how he's wanted, but not for loan, not for anything. He's just wanted in general. Otero as well. Ah, this is more like it. Yes, now we're talking. Perfection. Defenders, they're just trying to save you on the... Wait. Did I unclick Goof? Oh, I didn't. That's why. He was just highlighted in a different colour. It's weird that you can't loan them out even though like they're still here for the rest of the season. But oh well. This should hopefully get us a few more over the line. If they do it quick enough. Which, let's be honest, they probably won't. So Budafolk getting Dongmo. Good. You're going nowhere. You... Oh, okay, which one of these do I want? Squad, important player, regular starter. Del Valle. Why do you... No, actually, I can see why. I'd rather him, honestly, go to one of these two. Because then he's playing football. Hopefully he won't turn down the loan. But I'd much rather him go somewhere where he's actually going to play. Because at this stage, it is all about development. G from Good. Well, in a way, yeah, he deserves it. 2 hours and 2 minutes. Oh, yeah, believe me, I can back you up on that. We've seen a lot of the goals in quick succession. See, for example, the Manchester City game we had where they scored... We scored a goal, and then they scored from the kickoff of that. Of us scoring, and then they scored from the kickoff of that as well. We have not won the Champions League already. No, we're only 10 seasons in. Well, technically 9.5. And we... And also the Bayern Munich game. This season, the 5-3 in Munich, where the goals just would not stop coming, no matter what we did. And then we scored like twice in stoppage time in that one as well. We did get to a Champions League final, true. Which was so far ahead of schedule, it was ridiculous. I still can't believe that happened. That's the earliest I've ever reached. What was that? Season 7 or something? To go from second tier of the Hungarian football to Champions League final in 7 seasons is just insane. And we didn't even play that badly in the final. Yeah, I know we lost, and it was 3-0 in the end, but I don't think 3-0 was actually kind of harsh on us. We certainly weren't on the same level of quality as PSG, but we weren't so far out of the realms of PSG. And we've looked much better against better sides lately. Particularly over the last season and a half, I feel like we've been way more on par with them. Not getting outclassed. We won at Bayern Munich away from home in the league. Is in the league phase. We've definitely got that in us. In theory. Oh, Jesus. My back is hurt like crazy now. On the plus side, though, all that Achilles pain I was getting seems to have gone away now. I've been doing some calf stretches before I start runs now, and it makes a hell of a difference to that, and I'm no longer getting that Achilles pain. I think it's just like my calves were getting tired, and it was putting too much pressure on my Achilles tendons, and now everything seems fine, so that's good. Now I can run further. That was a good goal, actually. I expect we will absolutely hammer these guys, because they do seem to have the worst defence in the league. Well, indications would be suggesting that anyway. This is the type of game that Xavier Hardy could absolutely clean up. I don't know, Sarcastic. Like, in terms of FM, it makes it really fun. And I think for what we're doing here, it's kind of good, but I just think that in real life, it's just going to be absolutely dominated by English sides in a way that isn't even relevant before, because you can have like 10 English sides in Europe now, like we have in this season. And I think it's just going to get so boring. And it kind of just benefits the bigger sides more for me. And I feel like it means that an upset's become harder because there's less impactful. Like, an upset doesn't mean as much now when there's more games. And how... Oh, it came off the defender. I thought that was a little flick there from Xavier. I don't know why I called him Xavier. It's literally his middle name. You know he's in trouble when I start calling him by his middle name. How on earth does that even go in the net? But we'll take it. We accept 3 goals. They make my... Ooh, my chair just went funny. There we go. Oh. In other news, Michael is here. You'll love to see it. Sweet left foot with a 34.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, 34. Love ya. Can't wait to eventually go punting. I'll bring a ball. Yes, I'm reusing a previous joke. Deal with it, sucker.
Do you know, Mike, we drove past the punting place that we were going to go to the other day, and I was just like, River looks fine to me. I don't know what they're complaining about. Mental. But, Mike, thank you very much for the 34 months. Bellingham play against Bellingham. No, we've not actually played against Manchester United in this entire save. Leaf! Thank you, Fredno, for the 19 months.
Woo, I'm here. Went to open mic and suffered some technical difficulties. Also keep seeing muffins when I research for my course, and it reminds me of Harv haha. Up the Jadayon.
Harvard's just, he's in the psyche now. That's all it is. Where's open mic? As in, were you performing at open mic or watching open mic, Leaf? I'm really curious now. If you got the choice of hosting an iconic game show, which one and why? What a question that is. Love that question. Because now I'm Crystal Maze. Crystal Maze. Crystal Maze is the correct answer. I think if I could host any iconic game show, Crystal Maze would be up there for me. That shot did somehow hit both posts and stay out, yeah. I'm thinking like old school game shows. That's a game show, isn't it? Technically, Crystal Maze? That still counts. Oh, you're performing. Ah, so when you say technically, did the mic not work? Total wipeout. I think so, yeah. Jungle Run. Oh, you'd be great on Crystal Maze Eyes. What you like at grabbing money? Also a very good shout, yeah. I'm just trying to think of old game shows now. It has to be one of the ones where you're out and about a little bit. Like, no, ain't nobody wanted to host Catchphrase, right? It's Gladiators would be fun, I suppose. But for me, I just don't, yeah. Wheel of Fortune. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Wheel of Fortune. Who hosted Wheel of Fortune in the UK? Was it Bruce Forsyth that hosted Wheel of Fortune? I can't remember. No. Who wasn't, was it? John Leslie. Ah, yes, you're right. I was thinking of John Leslie. Why did I confuse Bruce Forsyth and John Leslie? Michael Barrymore didn't host Wheel of Fortune, did he? I thought Michael Barrymore was on... Christ, what did he host? Yeah, there probably were a few hosts. Bradley Walsh also, classic. The Chase. Have a good time with that. Takeshi's Castle. Takeshi's Castle didn't really have a host, though, did it? It really just had Craig Charles, who was brilliant, doing the VO. Oh, God, I remember The Wall. Yeah, Bruce Forsyth was one of those people that looked 80 years old when he was like 50 and then just remained 80 years old. I feel like Bruce Forsyth did host some kind of game show, and I can't remember what it was, and now it's bugging me. Or I might have just Mandela affected myself. Generation Game. Was it the Generation Game? Price is Right. I was thinking of Price is Right. That's what I was thinking of. I confused the Price is Right with Wheel of Fortune. Maybe he did. Oh, he must have done a few then. But I was thinking of the Price is Right. That's definitely what was stuck in my brain. Man was prolific. And ain't nobody died in his swimming pool. I'll get Goof on for a little bit. Why not, eh? The Amazing Race, yes. Because it's currently hosted by that Kiwi guy, isn't it? I think he's Kiwi. It's strictly true, but I wouldn't say Strictly's a game show. I don't know. I suppose that... I don't know what actually you need for a game show. Oh, I see. I guess they had to do something, right? There's no point in having the host speak and then Craig Charles just talk over the top of him, right? Water is wet. Yeah, true. I should have narrowed. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? They don't make game shows like they used to. There's a few that are still decent, but I feel like a lot of these shows that they try out, you know, your 4 o'clock on ITV or BBC type of game shows. We put this on before the chase / pointless, depending on which channel you're talking about. Usually hosted by Ross Kemp or someone like that. They just, most of the time, never quite work, right? Like, if I was to tell you, just as a pure... If I said to you that there was a new game show coming out on ITV at 4 p.m. and it was being hosted by Paul Merson, you wouldn't be like, oh, that seems really unrealistic. You'd be like, oh, fair enough. Like, what's it called? But it just feels like they just pluck people and just go, yeah, you'll do. There's this one that Ross Kemp hosts at the moment. I can't remember what it's called, but every time I watch it, I'm just thinking he's stood there going, God, I wish I was back interviewing the Taliban. Like, do you know what I mean? Tipping Point. Yeah, I mean, Tipping Point was all right, though. Bridge of Lies. I've watched Bridge of Lies, but I was watching it one time. I can't remember why. I was watching it with my mum and Pog. This was ages ago. Not ages ago. I went that long ago. And basically, the person on it was so dense. I was getting so annoyed because it was like really simple things that they were not knowing. And it was just so infuriating. It wasn't like really complex questions. They were all relatively easy questions. And maybe it's just... But it wasn't like things that I have a weirdly unique knowledge of. It was like really obvious general knowledge stuff that they were just... Oh, it's in. Darla, nice goal. Can't watch Tipping Point. Yeah, they're a bit like that. Some of those questions can be a bit... Tipping Point's weird, because Tipping Point, it seems like they have loads of like easy questions for the most part. And then all of a sudden, they'll just throw in another one, be like, who was the third king of Germany? And you're like, what? Like... Although that's even somewhat more general knowledge, but like, not that I know. And also, I don't know if they really had a king because they would have had the I guess Kaisers, maybe? I don't know. Do the darts. I'm shit at darts. I haven't played darts in about a decade. Who's Bridge of Lies with the Bridge of Spies film? Now, if Tom Hanks hosted Bridge of Lies, I'd be in. That's awesome. You're probably... Do you know what, Callaghan? You're probably right. Golden Balls. Was Golden Balls the one with Jasper Carrot? I think that was the one with Jasper Carrot, wasn't it? There's a lot of these that have been tried and very few of them succeed. Am I only good at pool? Alice, you know the answer to that question. And the answer is no. As you very well showed me. I will have my revenge. The Wheel. I've never heard of The Wheel. Is it of fortune? Montfair are offering a contract to Diego Cruz. Okay. Oh, wait. That's kind of cool, actually. You will fall apart. As in they'll go get sold, or you're just not good enough for the top flight? Oh, did I just see a Catholic Daddy team? I'm fairly certain the number one guy on this list was another Catholica guy. Yes. Ahead of their time. Oh, Monty Python. I love Monty Python back in the day. Not even back in the day. I just enjoy it. I had the whole like box set. And there we go. He's that guy. Cristobal Lazo. It's not as good. It's Chris Lasso. And then this guy up here, though, River Plate, goalkeeper, 20... Nicholas Camino. I'm suddenly now thinking of a Sum 41 song and I have no idea. He's decent. More information required still, potentially. But, oh, hang on. A guy, an Algerian player that's actually an Algerian... Oh, what? Rangy striker. I love when the game gives players, like, random definitions like that. Just rangy. About the wheel to take home the cat. Oh, okay. Well, Ninja Warrior. I've never watched Ninja Warrior, but I've seen Ninja Warrior. In the back of an El Camino, yeah. Is that Fat Lip? I swear it's lyrics from Fat Lip. Yeah. Trash my own house party because nobody came. No, I'm not the one who thought you know in high school. Never go, never show, never react to. Yeah. What a song. No, I've only ever seen clips of Ninja Warrior. I've never actually watched Ninja Warrior. He snubbed them. Oh, that sucks. That's irritating as hell. My name is El Nino. Yes, now we're talking. God, I love Sum 41. Old school Sum 41. That was my child. Molfev, I want art. Oh, sick. Wow, that's a lot of money. That's a good deal for him, but also for them. Look at this, Molfev, just picking these guys up. In Too Deep. But even the other album, because it was the previous album before that, and then the one after that with, like, Still Waiting on that quality. Mumsy, no. I think if I called my mum Mumsy, she'd smack me. Because it would just sound so condescending. Like, oh, Mumsy, these potatoes aren't fully cooked yet. You know? But I'd have to, I suppose, if I was hosting the Crystal Maze. Presumably. Okay. Are we in, like, an international break or something? Or is it just randomly no game? Or this might be where our Champions League match would have been if we were actually not still in it, but if we had a game. So let's play against Aqua City Poprad, which definitely sounds like a club in, like, Norwich High Street. Setting up scouting. I have several. Basically, yeah, I do. I have several videos on setting up scouting. So I've got !filters, !scouting, !Brazil, !amateurs. These are all different videos, basically. Because there's different ways you want to set things up. But bear in mind, if you're looking for a way to set up recruitment focuses, you are not going to find them from me, because I don't use them. Setting up mentoring. Do you know what I do? It's called !go fuck yourself. There's a whole playlist just for you. !nah, mate. I should have put like an actual command for that just for this one particular case. Now prepared to drop his commitment. Well, that's good, I guess. How many loans did we end up with in the end? That was a different kind of sassy, man. That was just like banter, you know. Kevin Johnson, thank you very much for the follow. What do I do with scouts? I do the scouting. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. I do what I do in those 4 videos, basically. So either there's international youth scouting, there's manual scouting where you use the player's attributes to scout and then get reports for those. There's the free the free amateur scouting, and then there's the free Brazilian scouting. That's what I tend to do. That's great, Brian. It's great, yeah. Mentoring is just like I will not touch. Not ever since last time. I refuse to touch it. Patrick for Bobby Tree. Come on, the Bob man. They're putting together a really solid season there as well. I download Genie Scout. Oh, that's the one way that someone actually could find out how much Montiel was. Bit of that. Bit of that. And a Wednesday, Saturday. One I go, yeah, it's not what you want, is it? That should be illegal. FM Streamers quiz night. Well, we do our once a year quiz, but we do. And then when I say, oh, we should do this loads, and then it never does. But there's always a chance. Oh, Grace. Hurley's caught a virus. Bud, you're on a desert island. What's happening? Send home. Away with you. Oh, that sucks. The most consistent loan player. That's the worst thing is he's probably going to come back from his loan now. As far as I know, no one else has been out on loan at the same club for 6 years in this save, and he was once again putting together a phenomenal season for them. And now he's probably going to come back. It's definitely not Lupus. That much we do know. So Thursday's when the second legs happen, and then we should finally get our draw and know who we're actually going to be playing next time around. The thing is, it's often just run out of Christmas. There's only so many questions you can have about Christmas, particularly as it's not like there are new questions coming around that often anyway. Little win for United there with Bellingham scoring. Wow, this guy's ridiculous, by the way. Just insane player. Newcastle's, well, yeah, they just got absolutely dicked on that. Although, that's only the first leg. There's still a chance. And Kvaratskhelia is still at Napoli as well. Oh, yeah. Is he actually... Oh, yeah, he has got a Hungarian flag now. Yeah, so he was Norwegian before, and he declared for Hungary, but he never got called up, and he was still listed as Norwegian. But you're right, now he is Hungarian. But we'll see. Oh, Sporting Ajax. Not that we're even under any threat from them anymore. Like, they can't touch us. Portugal are so far away from us now. They've caught up a little. Wait, that's Norway. Jesus Christ. What a season Norway are having. It's annoying that we've fallen down to 5th now on the year. Just shows how difficult. But this is what I mean. I think what we're sort of seeing here is how difficult it is to break the hegemony because of the sheer number of teams those English sides get in. I think it's 5 years, sarcastic, for nationality, I believe. I think that's like the base that they use for most of them. Hence why the Hungarian national team in this save is fucking hilarious. And half of these aren't even our players. Look at their national team. Over half the players in the national team have second nationalities that are not Hungarian. And I think almost all of these guys don't start out as Hungarian in this save. So you've got Neiman there, João Neto. That's De Silva, he's Brazilian. He's one of our former players. There's Istvan Petroso, whose name obviously isn't that. There's Pereira, was one of our guys. Matos is there as well. Kirkish, he's a real player. And obviously Nemeth is as well. But we're getting there. Tesjul, we've looked him up a few times. I don't think he's been fantastic. Wow. I mean, ironically, actually made his debut against Hungary in this save. Only the one England cap, though, at 26. Looks like he's probably playing second tier, right? Oh, he's only just moved to Leicester on a free transfer this season. Wow, he just stayed in the Championship for way too long, probably. Real height, 6'5", 5'3", or 6'5". I don't think it's any of those, Leaf, honestly. I genuinely don't. I don't know how tall like actually is, but I don't think it's any of those. Wow, another few goals there for Fran. You love to see it. He's just putting them in their place. He knows what's up. Bend Oak. Sadly, no Bend Oaks here, I don't think. Unless you watch Sepp Vandenberg. Also, speaking of Plymouth. Oh, did I spell it wrong? Oh, you... Right, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Oh, this guy. Yeah, he starts at Liverpool, doesn't he? And... Oh, damn. Man played not a single minute for Liverpool in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 9 years. 9 years. Not a single appearance for Liverpool. But now he's flourishing with Hearts. His heart is all aflutter. Hungary. I'm not sure what I can show you because we literally just less than 30 seconds ago looked at the Hungarian national team. But I'll put it back on the screen again. It's kind of mad that, yeah, but that's just the FM regex at work, isn't it? Are we surprised? Are there any young players actually coming through the Hungarian national team at the moment that look okay? Other than him. Actually, he's not awful. Oh, no worries. No, sorry. It's hard to tell sometimes. That's the PSV Eindhoven guy. Makes sense. Got Lokomotiva. Ooh. Oh, wait. I'm already scouting him. Good to know. Any extra ones in here? Daniel Adam. Under 21 squad as well at 17 is not bad. Debrecen, dude. Debrecen have got a good record in this save. Gonna be a big start. I mean, hey, maybe he is. I don't know. All I knew about him is that he played for Liverpool. And, well, luckily doesn't anymore for the sake of his career anyway. Oh, of course, because of the fucking update. Roma are back to being called Capitoline again. Because they put that stupid update out yesterday. That did nothing, from what I can tell. So I'll have to run another name fix through this to get rid of Capitoline. Maybe it's Maybelline, but it's not. It's Capitoline. And, well, apparently they've not lost any Jesus Christ, what a performance. Start scouting. I start in September. I do all the big scouting thing that we do in September. And that set us up with 2,000 players this time around. So I went with a big chunk. AS. Did they actually give them an AS? No, they didn't. Just Capitoline. Okay, good. So that's fine. So Leon knocking out Porto helps us as well, but also we kind of don't care about that anymore. We've got them. One more patch for the Chinese transfer window. Oh, I don't know how long, because the thing is, it's also going to bugger up the... Because it actually added new folders. Like, usually the mini patches don't always add them, but this one did add the extra folder in the database file, because I checked this morning, and it was like 2340 listed, so it's a brand new one, so that means all of the name fixes are going to be fucked as well. Like the and more importantly, the things to do with the national team call-outs for Germany, Japan, and those like, I'll have to change that stuff. Wow. Just got hammered by Debrecen. How have we got... Oh, do we keep like points from previous things? Next day, though, is key. Yeah, I think I'm kind of done worrying about France. No, I'm done worrying about Portugal. I think we could start to really gap them over the next few seasons. I think they're all the final database update until they're not in it. It's kind of like you never know quite which one's going to be the last Fast and the Furious film. Do the normal name fixing. Yeah, all I do is I do the same fix that I did at the start, but I just apply it to the newest folder, basically, and then it will, like, ripple back through. But that's what causes it. I swear it never used to do that, and you used to only have to do it to the one you started the save on, but it seems like there's been some changes. Right, okay. Lille versus Molfehovar. Can they do it? I just don't think they're going to be good enough. I think their best hope, honestly, is somehow get a draw and try to take them on pens or something. I just don't see them winning in France. As good as they've been lately. Yeah, I reckon it's going to be... Oh, no, they did take them to a draw in one. They lost on pens. I don't know, Black Arrow. That's what I mean. I just don't know. I think it's because different files trigger different things. Oh. At least tell me that they weren't unlucky. You know what? It is what it is. Cruz and Soler, 2 players on loan from us. Missed. Oops. Fact is, they managed to get the equivalent of a win for those 2 results. Oh, that was so close. To be fair, that's pretty good. I was not expecting that from them. So Antwerp are through, Atalanta are through, Brentford are out because Van Axel Dongen's all over it. Eintracht Frankfurt are through. Everton out to Rangers. Surprisingly, because Molfehovar knocked Rangers out earlier this year, and Vålerenga are through to another round as well. Lille's keeper, that's weird as well, because Lille's keeper got injured in the last game against them as well, if I remember. He did. Hang on. Talking about keeper injuries being very rare. Right? I swear he got injured in the first game against them too. Oh, he didn't. Was it here? Yeah, look. There you go. Look. Their keeper got injured in that game as well. In the same minute. Lille's goalkeeper got injured in the 89th minute of 2 of their 3 matches against them. Keeper injuries are very, very rare. Fair one. France do get a little bit less, and we still get some as well, you know? They're obviously targeting the keeper, yeah. Wait, you saying Joao Polini was in that team? No wonder they went out. Oh, God, yeah, there's Joao Polini. Yeah, in that case, they've got no chance. Big Joao. For a keeper to be prone... Right, okay, let's check the coefficients. That's another point... We should be 14.9. God, we're so close to 15 now. But now, the fun part comes. We've still got 4 teams left in Europe. That's the mad thing. How much was that? 58 million? Useless. The question is who we're going to get. When's the draw? It should be fairly soon. I think it'll just randomly pop up. The Redacted isn't at Mole. I don't actually remember where Redacted is. All I know is that he has been doing some stuff and scoring some goals on loan. So it's clearly he's still got a bit about him. A bit of Saturday, a bit of Sunday. That's going to change to Wednesday, Saturday anyway, because, yeah. That Lille keeper. I should find him like this. It was Vandenvoort or something, wasn't it? Yeah. Obviously, we can't see if he's injury prone because I don't have him scouted, but good goalkeeper. He's moved around a fair amount. Was it Genk at the start? Then a £4.3 million move to RB Leipzig, where he played a decent amount. Then a free transfer to Lille, and it's been... Whoa. Hasn't had the best time of it there so far, has he? Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, because it's 2 weeks off, isn't it? There's like... Yeah, I know what you mean. We've got a full week in the way. That makes sense to me. Injury history. Good point, actually. Ah, shit. I hate the fact that the back button stops working if you press continue and you can no longer go back to a screen that you were on before. So it must have been the neck strain here against, yeah, Molfevar. So he was 8 days out with the neck strain. I thought he had to be substituted for that. And then a bruised knee. But they just like, that could have gone horribly wrong if it wasn't for the fact that their substitute goalkeeper came up clutch for him. Ooh, that's not a great one. That is it's not the kind of reports I like seeing, those ones where there's not one 5-star in the entire report. Might still be some potential good fodder in there, but... Oh, I can just hit the button. Nice. Always lovely. Couple of extra clicks save. Adolfo da Silva, concerning. Whoa, that's basically everybody. Nobody that's free. He's quite a cheap guy at Pena roll, though. A Thai dude. Okay. This is more like it. Sakarin Mawong. What you do with your Wong, that's down to you, buddy. And North Macedonian dude, actually. Dimitar Kostovski. Still not great, is he? But at least it's something. A bit different. Yeah, where you get like an injury, and it's like a deep red injury, or a red injury. And then after the match, it's like they're out for 1 day, and they've got like the flu. Actually, that would make more sense, honestly, if they had the flu at least. Well, they're far out the cup. Hey, we did to Goof. I had no choice. He would not sign a new contract, and then he chose to sign for AZ Alkmaar instead. I was even going to offer him more money, but he was like, no, I want to go to the Netherlands because I'm Dutch or something. Ships him on the pitch. That's a brown injury. You don't want those. I love the fact that we actually got one of the fun injuries today, though, at least. You don't get them very often. I've only really ever seen, well, 3, probably in my entire time of playing FM. Maybe I just haven't paid much attention to it. One thing I will say, when I do that injury test video, there's quite a large chance that we might see a lot more of them just because there's a sheer large amount of injuries. So that'd be kind of fun, just trying to unlock them all. Well, that's true, Black Harry, yeah. In fairness, I found this one because it was on... I hovered over his injury to see how long he was out for, and the thing specifically said that it was an off-field incident. And that's why we went and looked for it, as, well, Benfica have just knocked Wolfsburg out with classy neck. Do you know what? Benfica in the next round would be wonderful. That would be such a lovely draw for us. I actually forgot that we had Heidi Rodriguez still. Well, we don't technically because it's out on loan. Accidental act of violent conduct in training. Yeah, just... Oh, it's definitely going to be Man City, of course. But a guy can dream, right? That is not happening. Why would I do that? Where's Velasquez? Honestly, his passing is probably good enough to the point. Do you know what? Velasquez could actually play as the roaming playmaker as well. He has 16 passing and 16 vision. He could play in either of those roles now. What was the injury? Basically, oh god, who was it? Jørslid, the young Norwegian guy we signed. Within about a week... Oh, Jesus, no. Sorry, I'm stuck in Bournemouth mode. Within about a week of signing for us, he was out with a freak domestic accident. He pulled a hamstring in a freak domestic accident. Answers on a postcard. I think he's still out with that, you know. It was like a 7-week injury. Man's properly done himself in there. Do we need to call the police? I don't know. We've come to the conclusion that he was probably, you know, taking Mrs. Jørslid to Pound Town and then got a little bit over exuberant with it. The bedboard also suffered injuries too. Trying to wrap his leg around the back. Next, he'll be trying to get a rib taken out. Jesus Christ. It's like Himmo's at the start of the stream with Bonk Man and his propeller. That completely put me off for that whole intro. And I'm blaming that for my original fuck up with the intro today. Blame Hibbos. I'm trying to do some stuff he saw. Yeah. He's just accidentally folded himself into a pretzel. Oh, nearly. Wasn't steering force? No, absolutely not. Tabloids lie about these things. They get one little hint of a story and they stretch it to the point of absurdity. Okay, weird. I don't think we're going to be catching our goal difference up to our points tally this year somehow, unless we go on a run of actually scoring a lot of goals, which we seem to be completely incapable of doing. I'm fairly certain we're still at like -10 on our XG in the league this season, which, despite getting a bit better than where it was, is still not exactly what you want to see. My hope is that we can maybe just catch it up this year. But I get the feeling that's probably not likely. I've been fairly impressed with Lucas, though. I haven't seen any, like, worldy performances out of him, but we haven't really had to. We haven't played a massive team, really, since he took over the goalkeeping slot for us yet. We've had Ajax away, and there's nothing he could really do about the free kick, because that's just FM nonsense. And the Shakhtar game, well, it was a 5-0 win, wasn't it? Pretty comfortable. In fact, that was our second 5-0 win, I think, in the Champions League this season alone. Oh, here we go. Slip him in. Yes, go on, Navarro. Show me the quality. Yes, he's got it all. 12 goals this season for Navarro. You bloody love to see it. You know, chat, I'm starting to think we might not even have a whiz quiz today. Crazy as it sounds. Which does make me wonder if I was just a little bit dehydrated. Hello, Blue Banana. How's it going, man? How are you on this fine Thursday? Pushing... What? Yeah. They'll do that. They will do that. It does feel like the one-on-one finishing does seem to have been... It just seems worse. I'm not too bad. I was a bit ill towards the start of the week. And I still felt a bit shit yesterday. But today, I felt a lot more like myself again as Castillo's on goal. And it's blocked. But unfortunately, they don't play on paper. They only play on the pitch. And to be fair, they're doing pretty well in real life. Haven't they only conceded like 9 goals this season or something mad? A hangover. Yeah, this was not a hangover. It was like this low-grade feeling of just like, ooh. I felt a little bit unwell. My brain wasn't at full capacity. I felt a slight tickly throat, a bit more snotty feeling. Just a general sense of ennui. And it wasn't great. But then yesterday I felt a little bit better. And today I feel not perfect, but like 95%, I would say. I was able to get... I mean, I still did my runs on all these days because I am not a quitter. But today I felt a lot better getting out there and actually doing it. And that was nice. Do need to actually sign up for that race, though. We're having... Well, yeah, that's the thing. Whenever you get a... To be fair, I don't get ill very often. Truth be told. Spain's excuse. What did they say? Also, we haven't even discussed that. The fact that Spain beat Scotland and, like, did well. It wasn't like they were, like, lucky to beat Scotland. They actually played well in that game, from what I could see anyway. I guess it's when you've got them at source. What more do you need, right? Able to shoot. Yeah, I'll get, like, the worst case of COVID you've ever seen. I'll be out for, like, a full week. Although, to be fair, when I had COVID last year, I was out for, like, nearly a full week. Luckily, it was during the beta, so there were worse times to be out with it. Turns out, was the grass too long? I mean, I would happily give up goals to Scott McTominay. What a man. Okay, we're actually doing a decent job here. Striker isn't scoring, but everyone else is, and that's something, right? I mean, Spain's squad does look a little bit like it's lacking players in certain positions. I mean, I know Joselu obviously is a solid player, but it's strange that he's coming into the squad now. And it's now 4-0. I've lost to Morocco. It says though football is one on style. Yeah, you don't get points for style. And to be even more apt, chat, as I'm sure you'll agree, you don't make friends with salad. More like Scott McTo... I mean...
Here's a fun fact.
I'm with them on that. Wait-o, thank you for the follow. But Spain in many years in the past have had less firepower in certain positions, but they've played around it and sort of played to their strengths. But it feels like they don't really do that so much anymore. So much these days. Maybe they just don't have the... Surely the personnel still exists, right? I heard your XG rant. Maybe so, yeah. If we could get a few more in this game, that would be lovely. Keep the pressure. In fact, now might be a good time for Fran, just because clearly Castillo ain't asked, so we'll get someone who knows what they're doing on. Or at least cares about what they're doing. Play hoofball. I mean, hey, take advantage of everything you've got, right? Can't remember other news. Yeah, it does feel a bit like that, doesn't it? Like, there's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to win a football match. Oh, Velasquez is going to bang this. Oh. Wasn't there some like things like, oh, the Scottish players were like falling over all the time, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, you can't with a thick Spanish accent say, oh no, the other team were falling over. That just sounds like the
Hope you're well.
Hippocrates has woken up like, what? Or whatever the Greek for what is. Our ball ref, thank you very much for the 10 months. I hope you're having a lovely day. We were just discussing the Scotland game. Can't name any. Well, you want to get a hunting. So what you want to do is get a hunting knife. Then you're in. Honestly, I don't think any nation has the right to complain about another team diving or faking injury. Just everyone fucking does it. More difficult. I don't personally think so, but it could just depend on what you're doing. With the types of saves like with this save I'm doing, it's really hard to know how difficult things are in the general population, I suppose. Is that going to be a pen? Rodri plays for Athletic. Hang on, is this a different Rodri? I thought it was the Man City Rodri that was complaining. Is there more? I genuinely don't know. I just immediately assumed it was the Man City one. Was there a tantrum from Hoselu too? I missed loads of this. I watched the highlights yesterday, but they didn't show any of this. Just saw McSauce scoring a couple of bangers. Yeah, there's a lot of Rodris and Rodriguez, I suppose, yeah. I like Shithousery. Shithousery is, as you say, it's great until it's done against you. That's why I miss Steffi Hansen. What a guy. Every team needs a shithouse. Oh, the tantrum. Yeah, I saw it on, I think it was on Viaplay actually, was where I saw the highlights. God, why can't I click this? Right, hopefully this isn't going to trigger sound. Accept all.
2.
Okay. Oh, the old, I'm going to bash the floor. Get fucked, floor. Take that, floor. That floor. He sure showed that floor, chat. Floor's never going to be the same again. Mr. Suarez without the bite. Oh, I rate Richarlison shithousery. You know when there was that thing against Forest, which was one of the more recent incidents, it's not even that recent, where he was doing the keepy-ups against Forest and then he got clattered and everyone was like, oh, well, you shouldn't be doing that on a football pitch. It's like, I'm sorry, what? Which rule of the game is he breaking by doing keepy-ups in the middle of the pitch? Like, yeah, you're going to get clattered, but it also doesn't mean it's not a foul. Like, shithousery is brilliant. That's what makes the game tick. You need characters in the game, right? Mention the footballer Smith. Ah, big old Smith. You mean Adam Smith, right? Of Bournemouth. I'm trying to think of other Smiths. That's the first one that comes to mind when I think of Smith. An extended, buddy, you've not been here. You've only been just into the first team. Like, hold your horses. Not if I've well, yeah, that's silly, isn't it, really? Wow, look at this run, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 league games in a row.
Yes, it is! That's what they came to see!
Sandra, thank you very much for the £3.
What is Mozart's favorite fruit? Banana.
I'm on level with you, chat. I don't know what Mathieu just said. I really need to find a way to change that bot out of being in French. Smith Rowe. No, doesn't count. There's a row involved. I've got Charles Leclerc doing my voiceovers. How do I find this? It's in tip history, isn't it? Mozart's favourite fruit? Banana. Oh, banana. It did end with banana. Thank you very much for the £3 for that message, though. I do appreciate it. Thank you for investing in Bang.com. Today's pun. Oh, we haven't had a pun today. One, I haven't had a pee break, and two, we actually don't do puns anymore. We have a different game that we play when I'm urinating now. Yeah, Martinez is a great shithouse. So, Inter are through, Bayern are through, though Newcastle put up a fight a little bit, I suppose. As we lost again. Have we just, like, stopped? Maybe it's because I've stopped setting players available. So we have two games. We play the Wikipedia game, which is where I show the Wikipedia article, the Wikipedia stats for a footballer, and chat has to guess who it is. And there's another one we play where I put a football club's badge into Mid-Journey, and then they have to guess which football club it is. Those are our two current games. I guess it is. And you know what? That's venture capital, Abon, right? It's just the world we live in. I'm steering into the Beng thing hard. What are we up to now? -7. Nature is healing, chat. Nature is fucking healing. We're only at -7 XG now. That's half of what it was. The crest test. Love it. No one has to change your mind on who you think is overrated or entitled to. Wait, what are we talking about? What did I miss? Oh. Wait, did I say it was overrated? Wait, what did I say? Because I don't believe that. I actually quite like him as goalkeeper. Man's won a World Cup. Crest test dummy. I mean, man's won a World Cup, right? How many World Cups have we won, right? Okay, view draw. Did we get the music for this? Yes. Come on. ×3 speed. Overview setup. And go. Except now we have to wait because apparently the first one doesn't do anything. I mean, who do we want in there? Anyone but Man City, really, or Man United, which means we're going to get one of them. How is this 3 points? How is this 3 times? Yes! We've lost to Leipzig before, but I'll take RB Leipzig. That's a... Right, now we can get rid of this shit. Man City Real Madrid is good. It means one of them's out. Lille Arsenal is good because it means one of them's through. Bayern Chelsea is good. There's really no easy draw after that unless Benfica beat PSG, but if they're capable of beating PSG... I think Leipzig is reasonable. It gives us a chance at getting through. Now, we've not played them for ages, so I think the last time we played them we got absolutely hammered, but I suspect that's more down to the fact that it's been a while since that game actually happened. Let's check past meetings. We have 1 game against them. Oh no, we've had 2 games against them. Tell a lie. We played them in the Europa League and lost 3-1. I'll say hammered. I think if I recall in this game, we were like, it was 2-0, but we were roundly beaten by them and didn't look good. But that was 4 years ago now. So we're definitely in a better place than we were 4 years ago. And we're much better than we were 6 years ago. Rest in peace, 29. Thank you for the follow. Doesn't keep the speed after you change the overview. No, it... Oh my god. Why? It's little things like that that just baffle my bastard mind. We're going to have to mud Leipzig. It's right there as well. Which means I think we're going to get both... Looks like we get both legs in today, I would say. Or certainly very close to it. What I would say with City is never underestimate their ability to just randomly lose. As they seem to every time. But, you know, if Haaland can score that many goals in a Champions League game, maybe it just keeps doing it. Until eventually they just win. It sort of feels like an inevitability. We're actually only 11 points clear at the top, which is surprisingly low for us. So, right, we want rotation here. City have Real Madrid next round. Oh, you mean in real life? I don't know who they have in real life, actually. Malero. Cannonero. Bit of that. Bit of Silver. Then Navarro instead of... Ooh, I guess Bizarma. I've been wanting to try him there. Velasquez. I love the fact that we don't have to start Velasquez now. We can actually rest him. And we'll do... Who do I want for that game? We'll start Bellingham, and then I'll start Seri for the actual game that matters. Montiel being suspended for this is fine, because it means that he'll be rested anyway. Medinger. Yoshi at right back is not a big... Actually, I'll start Yoshi instead. Other draws happen. Oh, yes, you're right. They would have done. Or certainly they will be. And we'll go with that for now. Cool. Yeah, Bayern won't be easy. Ooh, the return of Joao Cancelo. Or is he cup tired? Does that work for the Champions League? I wasn't sure. Up against Bobby Tree. And I thought that was the other Vlahovic for a second there. How's Ferran developing? Oh, not well. Okay, cool. They've got big Bobby Tree. Other draws, right? Let's see. ECL. Oh, it has. Budapest against CSKA Sofia. They should be able to win that. Kuzvara against Sturm Graz. Where does... Hang on. They came 19th. They only won 1 game. I think they took a draw with... Yeah, so 19th place Sturm Graz, and then CSKA Sofia, so 18th and 19th respectively. That's solid. Leave holes wide open. I feel like if it was leaving holes wide open, we would have probably conceded a goal in our last 9 league games, which we haven't. So, in the league, I can do it, but against, like, big sides, I don't. I find it just... In these kind of games, it gives us a little... It might not do anything, but you never know. CZS forever, thank you for the follow. Those are good draws. What about Europa League? Ferencváros. That's really annoying. But then what possible draw other than maybe Vålerenga? So they get 10th. Their reward was 10th place Eintracht Frankfurt. That's going to be really difficult. Who did they lose to in here? Feyenoord and Midtjylland. So they did lose to Midtjylland, who were down in 30th. Draws against Fiorentina and Everton, who were decent. Although Everton didn't get top 8. Who did they beat? Anyone mad? They kind of just beat who you'd expect them to. It's not impossible, but it's going to be tough. I don't think that changes the coefficients or anything, does it? No. But I think we're in a good position, at least. I think there's every chance that we can at least progress through a round, which will hopefully mean some extra points with us too. I don't know if we're going to quite get like the 18-point season like we had the year that we went to the Champions League final. But I'm actually more interested in the Conference League, because I think there's every chance that both Kisvárda and Újpest can progress through that and reach the quarterfinals. And then, you never know, maybe a lucky draw where they play each other, or they get lucky draws and just get good stuff. Dennis Lima. I don't know. I honestly don't really know who that is. As far as I mean, I think we've looked him up in the past, but I know nothing about like the latest wonder kids, so to speak. Man, you know, I've never been in a situation trying to like desperately get a ticket to things, because I guess it's just the things I've wanted in the past ever to have a ticket for have not been the sort of things that had a mad rush of interest, I guess. So I can't empathise because I don't know what that's like, but I imagine it's fucking annoying. Pereira's in on the chest. Great stuff. Lovely. Yo, Chuck, how's it going, man? I'm trying to think the last time I actually went to anything that required that sort of stuff. Well, it's just because, unfortunately, it's also very expensive, Smalls. So that's not a thing I can afford to do, sadly. Football is kind of quite fucking expensive these days. Not that it hasn't been for years, but especially now. But also, especially Fulham, because they fuck their ticket prices this season, and especially last season, but this season as well, they've been taking the piss. But it's not even just about that. It's not even the specific ticket prices itself. It's travel, etc., etc., etc. It's just like, it's not things that I can just do. Oh, I'll just dump, you know. 10 gig, holy shit. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I bought anything through Ticketmaster. And usually when I'm going to a gig, it's like a small thing, and the tickets are not normally that expensive and tend not to. I would hopefully try and get to see Dayseeker in... What am I doing? Like, what am I doing? I'm about to make substitutions in the 13th minute. To be fair, Paddy, they do fuck. Have you seen Tim Ream? Look at his beard. Oh, yeah, no, I know it's way worse. I heard... this was just a really weird, specific scenario, but relates to the St. Louis Blues in hockey. But it was on the hockey... I can't remember what the specific discussion was about, but it was about the way that fans, in this particular case, were being absolutely fleeced by prices inside the arena for concession stuff. I think it was something like $22 for a beer. $22 fucking dollars for a beer. I would have actually taken a shit on the table at that point, out of just sheer rage, to be honest. Like, what? And I'm sure that they're certainly not alone in that kind of nonsense, if I had to guess. I imagine they're all at it. And this is hockey as well, where, you know, it's the least watched of the fight, the big four, if you like. Beer in the barrel. Oh, no. I was thinking maybe it's a pint. I don't think it even was. I think it was one of those, like, 330ml bottles. You know, like you bottle of Corona or whatever. Oh, yeah, it probably isn't. No, that's what I mean. It probably isn't even a pint. Selling hot dogs for $15. Yeah, fuck. Oh, that's pounds as well. Crap, that's basically about the same price, isn't it? Like, mad. Just... But I suppose you're in a situation where that's the only place you can get just mental. It's also, it's like, it's St. Louis. Like, we aren't in New York City here, lads. Like, we're in Missouri. Like, I would like to, at some point in my life, probably go to the States and catch a couple of sports games. Very specific ones. But I don't know if I could do it just for that alone. I'd love to see a Colorado Avalanche game. I'd love to go to the Daytona 500. But dread to think, honestly. It's a good start from us, actually. Still bang on the XG, but still. Let's go to the hot chocolate is $12. What is in the chocolate, Smalls? Yes, Chuck. Now we're talking. I don't know. Oh, exactly, Mario. Well, it becomes impossible, really, doesn't it, at that point? Hockey, despite having the biggest potential for a fall. Yeah, I think... Do you think that's just because of the... Actually, why do you think that is? This is the thing. I don't really want to go there, but like I would like to see those things, I suppose. Atmosphere is decent. Yeah, I mean, as well as talk about like NFL Europe and like, what, they're going to launch like an entire division or something for Europe? Well, haven't they introduced a new thing to baseball? It's like a shot clock kind of thing, but it's like a pitch clock. They have to throw it to try and speed things up. I've heard good things about that. Like, of all the American sports, baseball and American football have just never that really appealed to me. But I feel like that could help. Something like that could definitely help. I don't know the actual specifics of it, but I did see some stuff on TikTok of all places about something to do with not a shot clock, but the equivalent. Pitch clock reduced the game times, average of 26 minutes. So I guess that's something, right? How long isn't... What was it down from? I'm curious. Because I guess 26 minutes out of, like, 3 hours is a lot, whereas 26 minutes out of, like, 7 hours is less, isn't it? But I guess if you go to extra innings with baseball, you can never really tell, can you? Reminisce over year 5 rounders. That's the dream. Around 3.5. Oh, that's not too bad, then. So bringing it down to 3 is solid. Yeah, I think sometimes they just go on for too long. Hockey, one of the reasons I liked hockey as well is because they generally is about 2.5 for a hockey game, because it's only 3 periods of 20 minutes. It's... Obviously depends on the game, but that's not too bad. Oh god, what was the map? I once had a load of Atlanta Falcons stuff because my aunt lives in Atlanta, or she did back in the day, and she still does. She lives in the States still. I just don't know whereabouts she lives now. I think Kentucky. And she randomly at Christmas one just gave me a load of Atlanta Falcons stuff, which was really nice of her. She's a good lady. Test cricket of US sports, I suppose so. Yeah, I think that's one of the issues. I think they all need to sort of condense it. Like, the F1 does this really well. Because they have a limit. Like, there's a hard limit in F1 on how long a race can be. In terms of time, is there not? I don't remember the exact... Is it 2 hours? I can't remember exactly what it is. But I like that about it. It kind of keeps things tight. It means that it can't have nonsense like we saw at COTA for the NASCAR on Sunday. With 1,000 fucking restarts. Just one lap shootout. That's all you need. Ooh, a goal from Peter Barath. Without weather away as a red flag. Yeah, that's solid. Oh, I see. 2 hours of racing in a 4-hour window. Yeah. Seems fine for me. And football, of course, is perfect for that too, because it's roughly around about 2 and a bit hours if you include the half time and stoppage time in most games. From when it actually starts. Yeah. I think that's a good amount of time for a sporting event. For me. Fernandez needs to come off. We had Donslow in. That's why we literally... I should have just started Donslow, actually. I'm an idiot. Curling does look fun to play. Yeah. College basketball. Does it really? Why is that? Like, I barely watched any. I did watch some March Madness stuff right back at the start of COVID because they were putting like entire games up on their YouTube channel. I would literally just watch them.
Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler!
Callum Allen. No, Callum Allen. Oh, that's really fun to say. Thank you for the follow. It's fun that you're here too. 30 minutes for the last 4 minutes of the game. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that is obscene. So basically it's a case of it starts then it immediately stops. Game is close and replays get out. 5 minutes? And we complained about VAR. As we nearly conceded another goal there. Is this like Coach's Challenge style stuff? Like, Christ. Okay, here's another win. And now we get a little bit of cheekiness against RB Leipzig. Well, hopefully we're actually going to win. Have we actually done anything other than win today? Twitch is like that, Callum. Although, weirdly, I can't imagine you were. Because if you unfollow and refollow, it doesn't trigger the alert, as far as I'm aware. But, hey. Well, welcome. I find out whose fingernail touched them. Oh, I see, shit like that. Then again, I mean, we can hardly talk. Look at, hello, Norwegian gentlemen. Just in general, hello, Norwegian gentlemen. What about you? Okay. Intriguing. Sindre Elias Gorskjørnli. Great name. Interesting attributes. Need more information. What is your injury? It's only pulled ankle. We're all right. That's going to be fine. Any fun name there? Ayanda George. Good. Almost sounds like you're introducing yourself. I can just hit that, can't I? Sick. Basketball, I feel like, is the one I'd probably be able to get into most. I feel like I like basketball and hockey more just because they flow more like football. Although, from what I've been told here, maybe not. I think it's the flow. But I feel like the biggest issue for me with basketball is the point scoring doesn't feel as meaningful because there's so many of them. So it feels like it's harder to celebrate. Do you know what I mean? I think that's why hockey kind of tickles my... That's the closest I can get, really. Because there's less... Hockey is a lower scoring game. Still higher scoring well on average than football, especially lately. But not that I've watched any, like, basketball since pretty much that exact time. When I was like, oh, I'm going to get into it. But of course, there wasn't any on. And then, you know, you find other things. The times are paid. Yeah, exactly. I could never bloody watch hockey. I stayed up till God knows how long. Well, actually, you remember, because I streamed the next day after the Stanley Cup finals last year. And I was dead. I was up till like 5 in the morning watching the Avs win the Stanley Cup. And then I had to stream on the Saturday. And then I had to drive to Birmingham and pick Pog up. I was like not in a good spot tired-wise during that. How long is the off-season? For me, it would be hockey, basketball, probably baseball, and then football. I think I'd still rather watch a baseball game, truth be told. Because I do kind of like the stats element of baseball. And the fact that it's like, because it's like individual plays like that. And I know football has that too, but I just like that kind of the nerdy stats side of baseball. Like Moneyball, actual Moneyball. April to October. Wow. That is quite long, actually, I suppose. How many games are in a season? Old F1 race. I've never really watched anything like that. Like, with F1, I'm a very, like, casual... I've been trying to consume more F1 media this year. But it's always going to be one of those things that I, like, enjoy and watch. 162. Bloody hell. That's a lot of games. I thought baseball had, like, a lot of games, but Christ. How many does baseball have, then? Oh, for baseball. Right, I was going to say. I thought it was 182 games for, hockey. Not for hockey, for, basketball. I guess baseball teams, they've got quite a large teams, don't they? So it's not always the same players, is it not? I like data. What can I say? Yeah, hockey has 82. Plus playoffs. He's happy to stay again. Well, good, Abdullah. Until 6 months' time where he then decides that he's not happy to stay again. And one of these... They want him to... Why would... What? You can't loan him in March, Bayern. That's not how this works, chaps. Physically, exactly. Yeah, well, that's why they've got so many pictures, isn't it? I think you might be right, Saz. I think maybe a blue for the Champions League would make more sense than the red. That was just me in a kind of sleep-deprived state going like, that'll do. And then it was just in the game. I think a blue might be better because it more suits the Champions League, I would say. I think keeping the cup for green is fine. I have one version of Out of the Park. I don't know which one it is, but I definitely have one. But I've never really played it to any actual extent, really. I should have the time. That's not true, really. There's always time for things. It's just sometimes... You know how time, you feel like there's a lot of it, and then it just kind of evaporates, even if... Because I'll finish streaming at 3, and I'll be like, oh, you know, the day's not over yet. And then done some admin, done a little bit here, and all of a sudden it's 4 o'clock, and you're like, oh, God. And then you have to cover the cover, then you're like, just chill for a few minutes. And all of a sudden the day's just kind of gone, I suppose. And time just evaporates with you not paying attention to it, right? What am I doing? Orange for Europa. Yeah. That'd be kind of sick. The NCAA 14. As in... Oh, who is it? Is it Not the Expert? I used to watch quite a lot. I say used to. I'm still subscribed to. In fact, it might have been you that suggested him to me, Banana, years ago on stream. He did like the college... It was something like that. It was a guy called Not the Expert. does all these NCAA 14 games because you can like go down to like high school level or something. Ridiculous. Awesome. And that kind of depth is just missing from games these days, I feel like. And when they do introduce it, it's crap. Right, here we go. Champions League. Speaking of big Championes League. Cue the music. We can cue the music as many times as we damn well please. Making a new one, though. Yeah, the thing is, it'll probably be shit, won't it? Because it will have all the problems that come with modern games. So, half the shit will be missing from it that you wanted. The stuff that is in it is useless and mostly funded. It'll have like adverts in it and shit like they're starting to add in some of these games now. It'll be full of microtransactions. That's just what I expect from any sports game now. Unless it's a racing game, which I expect it to not even happen because half of the fucking racing game licenses, other than the F1 ones, are now owned by Motorsport Games, who are literally a fraudulent company, it seems. BVB VII. Thank you very much for the follow. Of all the players to be mascot, that's amazing. Allegedly. Allegedly, indeed. Yeah, sorry, allegedly. I've seen their conference call clips from the thing to do with the... Because IndyCar have now got their license on bloody Motorsport Games as well now, haven't they? Touring cars were supposed to have a license with it. God forbid we ever get a good Toka game again. That's the dream. All I want is a good touring car game, damn it. An actual proper one with the teams and stuff. I know you could get like Assetto Corsa mods that have a lot of it, but my lord. Is it too much to ask? I just want Toka 2 touring cars all over again. I'd be a very satisfied man if we could get that. Racing games are mate. But, no, I haven't actually, although I feel like I should have done. I was watching an Iceberg video last night, as in the Iceberg, the channel, not an Iceberg video, about the motorsport game situation. I think it was the same for me, Whoppers, yeah. Toka 2 touring cars was the best. Oh, God, square it. Yes, no. Ah! Oh, we could have squared it on there. It's on my weight in XG instead of... I mean, is that your expected weight, Millennium? Because, you know, my expected weight always seems to be lower than I expect. Oh, it's a goal. We'll lead. Thomas Velasquez, of all people, the anchor, getting in there. Wait, is he actually playing as the anchor today? Yes, he is. Okay, just checking. And after all that, I actually started Bellingham. Is he EA doing it? Oh, well, then never mind then. No chance. Looks like FM isn't. Yeah, that's what puts me off a lot of these things. It's like, I know how long it took me to learn to be not competent at FM, but like to the point where I knew what things did. And then I'm like, do I really have time to put that amount of effort into another game? 2K Lego Racing. There you go. That's what we need. Grid Legends was good. Yeah. To me, Toka 1 and Toka 2 was just great. That would be Job Bellingham. Feels like the game FM pretends to be. Yeah, the new FIFA, that will be interesting if they actually get a proper competitor. But the thing is, they'll probably just sell it to the lowest bidder. It'll be Motorsport Games. Capacity is 19,000, just over. Oh, remember Destruction Derby as well? That was a quality game. PS1, Destruction Derby. Gorgeous game. Had so much fun on that back in the day. Well, we are actually winning. Touch wood. Slow game without any real quality other than our goal, which is fine. Still got to, yeah. I'm sure I do somewhere as well, actually, along with the Toka games, that being said. Oh, here we go. Slop him into that channel. Yes. Flat Out. I've never played Flat Out. Oh, go on. Here we go. Castillo. What on earth was that touch? Oh, shit. That was close. There was Destruction Derby, and there was Destruction Derby 2 as well. He hasn't really developed, Julio, because when we signed him, he was like 24, so we weren't really likely to see much development from him at that point, so to speak. So, yeah, and I wouldn't have signed him expecting development. It was more a case of, oh, we can get Joe Bellingham. And then there was a PS... I think it might have been PS2. There was Destruction Derby 2. Or Demolition Derby? I don't know. I only ever played it on N64, weirdly. Wreckfest, yeah. Wreckfest is good. It almost feels like it was just... like not match engine. Bloody hell, I'm stuck in FM, aren't I? In terms of the mechanics and stuff of it, it looked really good, and I have got Wreckfest and have played it. I feel like it maybe just lacked a bit of depth in terms of the modes within it, perhaps. Never played Wild Wild Racing, no. Oh, come on. It's 2. It's 2. Leipzig 0. MTK 2. We're 2-0 up in Germany against RB Leipzig. Stockholm was it, which is fun driving. Yeah, it was. And do you remember like there were, this was more Destruction Derby 1, but the names of all the drivers, they all had their own names and like personalities and shit. And it was just brilliant. I can literally think of the names of some of the drivers off the top of my head now. There was a guy called Suicide Squad in it. There was Colin McRae Rally was great. Yeah, Learner Driver, of course. Yep. I love it. I can picture he had a yellow car, didn't he? Colin McRae was great. There's also a really underrated rally game called Mobile 1 Rally. It's amazing. I think it's like abandonware now, so you can actually still pick it up, and I bet you it still actually holds up. Maybe. Because the rally stages were way longer to match more like what real life rally stages were. It's great. The Optician, yep. I'm trying to think of the one. There was definitely a driver called Suicide Squad in it. That's the only one that's like come to my brain right now. Hey, Jason. Dirt Racing. I don't remember Dirt Racing. Is that the sort of predecessor to Dirt Rally? Because weirdly, I've always had them on like random wish lists, and I don't think I've ever actually owned any of them. As far as like racing games go, I actually have like Assetto Corsa and some of those sort of stuff. I just haven't really, because I even have a racing wheel. But there's no room to install it now in this current setup. It's one of those things where it's like, when we finally move, lol, L-Desk, but in a way, W-Desk. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Moo Moon. I've got Wreckfest. It's good, but I think it just lacks that little bit of depth, perhaps, with some of the modes within it and stuff. But the modding community around it is really cool. Burnout. I think I had Burnout. Was Burnout the one where you could try to cause as much crash damage in like a city center as possible? I feel like that was Burnout, maybe. I might be wrong about that. I might be thinking of a different game. As now they have scored. Microsoft Flight Sim. Oh, God. I actually did have a flight sim back in the day. My dad bought it for me. We actually had like a joystick and everything. Oh, really, Dad? Interesting. I did not know you guys did that. I'll have to actually bloody install the damn thing. It's quite an old game now, isn't it? But it still kind of holds up just because of the game, like the crash engine and stuff. Burnout Paradise. I think that was the one I had. But I definitely remember being able to, like, you could crash a car into like an intersection. You get like a thing in the top corner that would tell you how much damage you'd caused in terms of money. And obviously the old Need for Speed games. Need for Speed Underground. Quality. Just amazing. Bottle Divorce with uninstalled. That's commitment. The fact that you've gone to an entirely different game. I rate that. It's probably why I've not played Rocket League in ages, if I'm honest. Like, literally. I think it's the longest I've gone without playing it in years. Which just shows how long it's been out, innit? Okay, now might be a time for Seri, potentially. Destruction Derby was god tier. Toka 1 and 2. And even Toka Race Driver. To a lesser extent, because they started to put like a story mode in it, which was just unnecessary. And it wasn't even awful. Season 6... 69 That's commitment. Bloody hell, 69 seasons. I think at that point, you've just got to dip. And if you're going to end on any season, right? Because after that, if you don't end at 69, you'd have to play until the season 420. And that's just going to take ages, isn't it? I think the story was kind of cool with Toka Race Driver. I wonder if with things like that, it's like, was there something that was missing from the development that could have been done instead of this? But because that's sort of what ended up becoming like the grid games, wasn't it? Oh, right, I see. How have Leipzig suddenly got so good? They were crap for most of the first half. I feel like this has got 2-2 draw incoming, and I feel powerless to prevent it. So I won't. I'm going to sit back and let it happen. And hopefully we'll get them at home. We'll get them next time, kids. 81. Oh, shit. And there it is. Sex and beer. It's the dream. It's probably why that guy was out injured for so long. There's the equaliser. In fact, we might not even be out of the woods yet. There's every chance we could end up conceding another. Or it does that weird thing that FM does sometimes. Where we'll just be seeing loads of... Yeah, I have noticed that a few times. Because this first half, like... Obviously, we made a couple of... Oh, God. Or, what also happens is, players are not asked for most of the second half. You concede a load of goals, and then you score a late winner. I'm trying to manifest it. Or we just play a pass like that. Oh, thank God for that. Do you know Capybara? You might be right. Yeah, the 3-2s thing was from FM 18, I think. No, maybe FM 19, I think. We'll never know. We will never know, Ragnar. Do you know what? I think I should tear up my entire tactics book. I think that's what... as if I have a tactics book. I actually had a notepad that I was given by SI, and it is literally being used to prop up... Oh, hang on a minute! Did he just blow the final whistle after it looked like our player was smilingly fouled there? Yeah, literally, the moment they got that goal, it was just game on, and we did sod all in that second half. You can't see because my big ass face is in the way. That second half Leipzig was just all over the place. We just did nothing in that game there. That's disappointing. I'm going to yell at them. We've just thrown away a 2-goal lead. However, we are generally speaking better at home in Europe, so hopefully going in there with a clean slate. Clean slate? With a clean slate, meaning that all we need is a win at home no matter what. It's okay. It's going to be fine. Yeah, it's because the temp overlay is still stuck on the second one. That's just how the temperature is. What the temperature actually is right now is it's 23.02 in here right now. You've got to go on a slaying cleat. Never let it be said. We really did, yeah. So we got the second leg. We'll skip the... Well, not skip. There's like... You know what I mean? We'll sim it. Yeah. God, I miss away goals. They were fun. It's like, let's just inject the fun. Bring the fun back to football. Make football fun again. Damn it. But then you wait for a like, no. Belgium... Oh, that's Xavier. Well, he's now back at the club. And hopefully I don't have to keep scrolling further, do I? Oh, there he is. We recalled him from his loan spell because he wasn't getting any games. And then we dumped him straight into our team. And you know what? He's done all right so far. For us anyway, he's banged 8 goals in 5 appearances. Got invincible, yeah. We've done an unbeaten season, but not a completely flawless season. Weirdly, we got the unbeaten season ages ago. And I feel like that's the only time we'll ever get a chance to do that. Because the league is getting better, and the players that are up against us are getting better as... Okay, Benfica are just beating Paris Saint-Germain. Exactly. Exactly. But it is going to be Thursday soon, which means... Here we go. So, Kishvada, Sturm Graz, Újpest, Sofia. CSKA Sofia. As long as they're not out of it going into the second leg, they've got a chance. Where's the Ferencváros game? Is that the same day? Or did I just miss that? Oh, he's that... Oh, wow. Velasquez is now 5-star, 5-star. I think that might be... I don't even think Montiel has managed to hit 5-star, 5-star for us yet. I think he might now officially be our best player. Jesus, he's good. Yeah, I mean... And he's only 21. That's scary. Get that flare up, bud. Just don't ask him to take a corner. He is actually ridiculous. Him and Montiel, they're never leaving. I can just see no reason why they would leave this club. Well, unless, obviously. Yeah, £2.8 million. Bear in mind, him and Montiel, who is the other absolute monster. 850k for Montiel. 2.8 million for Velasquez. And you know what, while we're at it, 3.5 million for Brandon Silva. Just those three a lot. I mean, look at some of these other guys as well, in fairness. Navarro is not bad either. They're not bad. Look at the values. All of these guys that I'm showing you right now, how much was Darla? Free! Darla was free! And then Abdelnaby was also free. That little group of players I just showed you, these guys here, they cost less than £10 million combined. Now they're worth like $500 million. What genre of food do party rings fit in? Is it a biscuit? Yeah, for me it's a biscuit. What are the other options? Can't be a cake, right? Youth intake in Hungary is usually on the 9th. Of March, that is. I never... New contract. No, buddy. You... Again, this is your first, like, 15... Yeah. Salary per year. Ah! So the lowest one is on 11k, which is Darla, and the highest is on 18.5k, which is Montiel. Radical! No, wait. Radical
Cheers
Adical.
from Minnesota.
Thank you for the 2
Thanks
months.
for catching up on the VODs for me.
We'll see you in the VODs. We'll say hi to you now. And actually, we'll wait till you're gone, then we'll say hi. Do you think Hi, Radical. Well, yeah, but the thing is, though, obviously these three are South American, but he's Angolan, he's from Costa Rica, and he's Egyptian. You just got to find these guys. Yep, we're keeping our wages quite tight. The one player that's on a big wage at the moment is Hurley. He's the exception to this, and we massively overpaid. And honestly, I think I'd rather sell Hurley at some point and get him off the wage bill rather than start... Because at some point they are going to start to come up to that point. But Hurley's not quite been what we were hoping for as... Oh my god, they've done it again. Kijvada winning in Austria. Merle and Barwick again. And then Uipesh with a hat-trick from the slowest footballer of all time, Papa Fay. 2 more wins for Hungarian sides in Europe. They can't be stopped. They cannot be stopped. That's another 0.8. So we just get another full point. What about conference? Where's Europa League? Oh. Weird. Their games are just, yeah. Weirdly, they're off kilter to us. Strange. I thought those two were like lockstep after that, but oh well, never mind. Is there an extra round in the Europa League? No, there isn't, is there? Oh well, fine. So what are we up to now? 15.9. So we're already into officially our second best season ever. We've fallen a little bit further. Oh no, have we? No, we're actually gone above Germany again. Jesus Christ. We're not far behind Spain either. We're staying in this fight. It would be cool if somehow we could end up getting like second to get that extra coefficient spot. Which I believe how does that work if you get second? I've never quite understood, because we've not actually achieved it yet, how that actually functions. Kind of British biscuit, round with a hole in the middle. Oh, there you go. It's got biscuit on it. For me, they're biscuits. I don't know what else you could call them, truly. They're not cakes. They have to be biscuits. Right. Rotation again. Hardy. You'll start Hurley, actually. And then Bizarma. At least it's an opportunity for Camille Krause to get some football now. And this time I will start... Oh, Yoshi's injured. In that case, Seri will start. And then Terra Nova. Training player traits. Rarely. Most of the time I don't, no. Just because often... My biggest concern often with player traits is that we'll train them for a load of traits and then the match engine will change, and then all of a sudden those traits are absolutely appalling and it's just impossible to get rid of them. The Europa League wasn't until next week. That's what I was just showing. The game isn't until the 11th. They're off they're on a different schedule to us. Don't know why, but they are. Other digesters. Do you know what's a really good biscuit? Takeaway. I think they're available in Aldi. They are beautiful. Unfortunately not, Barney. No, that's just how it goes. You have to just tell them to piss off, basically. So the way I've done it, the way we tend to do it is just through slow staggering. So if you don't give a player high wages and break your wage structure, then other players won't ask for those wages. And if you try to keep it in check as much as you can, then it does seem to work. Yeah, honestly, it's because I spent all day yesterday, every single game, tighter pressing, tackling. And then I had to go and do it in the middle of the match as well. It's mental. God, but our takeaway bars are bloody sick, though. Top 5 biscuit. I don't know. That's too much. I don't know if I have the brain capacity to think about... Oh, shit. I was going to instant result this one, but we can always do that next stream. Really high performance. Yeah, one of the other things we do, Dan, is we use the international clauses. Because you got to, right? Obviously, some of the players I just showed, they're obviously all international players, but especially if you find like really young English, Spanish, German, etc., those types of nations, those international wage clauses are gold. Now, you do get effed by it if they then turn Hungarian, as we've had happen. Like when Pereira wasn't getting the Portuguese caps, so he's like, you know what? Today I feel Hungarian. The contract video, which was... Oh, yeah. Although, to be fair, Asher, I'd say that some of the information in the contract video is a little bit out of date because I did that on the beta. And I know for a fact that some of the stuff in there works differently to how it does now. For example, the red locking things at the start of the contract negotiations, when I did that on the beta, was a hell of a no-go. You just get immediately kicked out of the contracts, but now you actually can do that, which is good. That's a good change. I'm glad they made that development. 3 of their players used to play for us. They're just... It does seem that that's the case, James, because we've had a lot of offers from Middle Eastern clubs for our players as well. What, we actually sold? Oh, good lord. We sold Virginia to Middle Eastern side. I think it was hang on, who was it? It was Al Hilal. £23.5 million was the deal, but to be fair, that's great money for us. And it means that he gets to sail off to the sunset, have a lovely time, earn 30 odd grand a week, which is what, double probably what he was earning with us. I think the last contract that Joao signed here actually dropped his wage down. Good header from Yeboah. Okay, I think Zalagasheg might get a bit of a hammering here. But no, takeaway bars are quality. Jeddah Joao. Sounds want half your team. Yeah, are you using a similar database setup to me? Because I think it's because they're top flight in those nations, and that's why when we get our bids on our players, it's usually only from the big teams in Europe, and then those guys. It really is, Blue Banana, when you think about it. Because you're like, oh, he's only on 11 grand a week, and you're like, hang on a minute, 11 grand a week? That's like over $500,000 a year. Now, obviously, after tax, it'll be lower than that, but still. Imagine being on $500,000 a year. Like, Christ. Now, obviously, their careers are fleeting. They're not going to earn that their entire career or their entire life. But still, if they're sensible with their money, they're set for life. If they're twatting a load of that, which obviously they're not, most of them, which is, they tend to get a lot of bad advice, it seems. But if they're whacking a load of that in like, just even in like a little index fund, Christ on a bike, just with the compounding interest on that, yeah, they're set. Good stuff. These two teaming up for once. FX Hardy with a nice assist. Brea Bizarro, lovely little dance on the end of that. That's his first goal for the club too. 5 non-Saudis, 1 Hungary. Hey, there you go. I assume that was the guy from Ferencvaros. Oh, so those are all just the players that came from your league. Jesus. I think we've only sold like 1 player to those leagues, and that was Joao. But we get offers all the time. They're usually not that great. The one thing that they will do really well, though, is they will often buy players that you're not maybe super bothered by for quite large amounts of money. They tend not to go after your like star players, I noticed, but they will give you so much money for like a random squad player, which is brilliant. Only half, I know. I wish I was on only $500,000 a year. It's the dream. No need to exchange it for a hyperinflationary currency. Usual suspect. Just wait a little bit longer and it'll be... You can have your very own hyperinflationary currency. I think you are a trillionaire, yeah. World's first. Oh, Ryan Mimby. I remember him. Yeah, that's the thing. I suspect that what a lot of it is with pro footballs and like squandering away money is a lot of it, I suspect, comes down to peer pressure and keeping up with the Joneses in many ways. And I suspect when you're like I say this as someone who's 33, if I was 18, I suspect that it would be a very difficult situation for someone to suddenly come into money, particularly when you're immature, as, let's face it, most of us were at 18, and some of us still are. It would be very difficult. And I think that's the problem. They just get bad advice. And hopefully that sort of stuff is changing, but it's hard to say, isn't it? Oh, that's unfortunate from Yeboah. I think sometimes they just sort of get stuck into... Well, that's the thing, yeah, with agents, how they are. Never have money, precisely. And they want to buy, like... Who was that footballer that bought, like, houses for, like, half the people he knew? Was it Lee Hendry? I remember specifically listening to his story about this. Not had a normal life, true. And he grew up in a bubble, innit? Like this, I've heard some of the footballers that retired. I think Peter Crouch talked about this, about coming out of the football bubble when he retired. Like, obviously he's still somewhat in it because of his podcast and various other things, but you're not completely absorbed in the football bubble in the same way that you were before. Griffiths in his late 20s, in shape. He has 10,000... Yeah. Wait. There's a fine house with some of the finest woods in the country, and he's consistently ghosted, ignored, and told... Last one I want... I'd be prevailed upon. Wait. 10,000 a year is... Which country's this? Because that would be... You wouldn't even be paying income tax on that in the UK. I assume this isn't in the UK, surely. He's into real estate. Well, some footballers went into other... Like, who was it? Because Thomas Gravison earned a shitload of money in investments, didn't he, after retirement? And obviously Bayerin has... Oh, no, Flamini. Flamini's loaded, isn't it? Oh, 100, yeah. People want different things, innit? Like, you know, Pog. Case in point. I managed to land someone like Pog, and yet, look at me. I'm a 33-year-old chubby man who works as a professional game streamer. slash YouTuber who doesn't earn very much money in the grand scheme of things. I imagine a lot of you in chat that are in like full-time work probably earn more than I do. And I'm fine with that, obviously. But do you know what I mean? It's not always about that, is it? He's done well. I've done well there, chat. I have done well there. Bloody fantastic finish from Hardy there on the end. Don't miss. Well, some of them do. Just not this one. Hang on, how did that go in? I think the keeper just walked into the net with the ball. We'll take that. I think he is, but I think he is that. But I think he invested in some sort of specific technology, did Flamini, to the point where he's worth Mondo cash. Or you could just be like, who was the guy? Was it Mido? Who was like extremely wealthy as a side issue to football. Like he came from an extremely wealthy background. I think it was Mido. That feels about right as Francois Xavier Hardy does it again. Is he a prince? Is he really? Oh, precisely, yeah. I'm completely content. Son of a Sultan. You're right. Yes, there was. The McVitie's Empire. I just don't know if I believe you. I can indeed. I'll have to do it after this match, though. I think contentedness is important. Is he really? How is he? Where's his money in? Is it in like some? Is it oil? No, that'd be Norway. I suppose Denmark probably have some oil, but not the same way oil Norway does. Little 6-0. Fake book. Oh, is this the guy? Oh yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have gone brilliantly for him overall. A clothing brand, really? I'm always fascinated by these things. Co-founder of Biochemicals. There you go, yeah. I mean, fair play. It's better than spending your money in... Well, I mean, because there was obviously the situation with Michael McIndoe as well, which I believe was like a real estate scheme or something that footballers get like conned into, basically. I don't know whatever actually happened with that in the end. I assume he went to prison, or probably didn't, did he? Let's be honest. Oh, is that where that guy's money's from? The McVitie? I had no idea. I see their clips randomly on TikTok all the time because it's just like, it will not stop. 7-0, Christ. Yeah, that's what we were actually talking about, Dave. I think it's this guy, is it not? I assume it's the guy. Is it just one of these things where it's because Patrick Bamford's a little bit well-spoken, they just assume, like, little 7-0. And overperforming. Obviously, it's the cup, so it doesn't count. Kieran Gibbs. Oh, God, I remember Kieran Gibbs. Actually, he's retired now, right? Reds out the new players coming. That's kind of... I guess it's good, right? Got cleared. Really? Okay, that's fascinating. I'd like to hear more about that. Plays for Miami? Of course he does. Under Big Phil Neville. Well spoken. Hey, I didn't say people were smart, you're a freak. Hey, Marius. He's unhappy. That's why you played against us earlier this season. And therefore he has no right to be unhappy. This is the point I'm making here. Little scouting update there. Random 24-year-old in there. Hang on. Why are can these agents, like, stay out of my way? I'm coming through. Oh, you're at PSG. Oh, he's got... Oh, it's French pass. I thought it might have been for a second I thought it was he was Martiniquois. But no. I still quite like the idea of Bad One. Because his name's amazing, but he's actually a good, decent player. He might be a good pickup for us. Emmett's Judgment Day. No, and Emmett's Judgment Day is in fact... Oh, do we save it for next stream? It's like literally 2 days ago. If it's on the 9th, because it hasn't actually always been on the 9th. We have had it appear on the 10th or 11th before. If it appears on the 9th, we will see. Just means I can't call next stream Youth Intake. You've got to think about these things. But we are nearly at 3 o'clock. Accused of financial wrongdoing was notified that no further action will be taken. I'm very curious to see how that decision came about, honestly. But then I don't know enough about the case. Pushcast won a game. In fact, they've won a couple of games lately. They might actually pull themselves out of trouble here, which would be kind of annoying. I almost kind of want them to go down just for being so shit for the last few seasons. They almost deserve it. That's a midweeker. We got yet another game against a non-top flight side in the cup. We're getting lucky with these draws. Oh, my bad, Callum. Yes, apologies. There's not really much I can show you, unfortunately, on account of the fact that the league isn't switched on, other than they are still managed by Ange Postecoglou. And I suppose we can look at the squad. Actually, you see their most expensive player. Will I even know that information? Oh, shit. Are they being a geriatrics home again? They are. God, their squad is so old. They have 15 players in their first team squad that are 30 or older. This happened on a previous save of ours, too. Catalano, Nathan Ferguson at 31. They've got Tom Holmes at 31. They've got Haksabanovic, who scored against us. They've got Jota, Renato Vieira at 34. Carter Vickers at 34. Freddie Woodman at 35 there. Juranovic at 36. Ferland Mendy at 36. And then at 37-year-old Kyogo Furuhashi, who admittedly is ridiculously good still, and actually scored against us earlier in this. Hang on, is their balance real bad? Their balance is real specific. They've got exactly 300 million. I don't know. Something feels afoot. Absolutely, George. But I would still maybe remind you to remind me in the Discord, potentially. Just because I sometimes forget, because I have to, like, the moment I go off stream, I like, and then I'll do the admin stuff for setting up the VOD uploads and stuff and making thumbnails and stuff. This feels like a lie. This is just like, make up a number. Any number. It will amaze and astound you. They have won a Conference League in this save. And most of the Premierships, I'm guessing. Oh, no, there's been a few non... Which means presumably Rangers won the others. Yeah, they did. Imagine. They've been deep frying the books, chat. Watch out. Okay, Emmett Judgment Day. Potentially. Wait, what are you complaining about now? How long have you got left on your deal? Do you know what? You probably do deserve a new contract, but we don't have time to work on that right now. I will definitely give him a new contract. Hopefully he doesn't kick up a fuss. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine. I'll do it off stream. At least I've got 6 days to make that happen, because he does deserve one, honestly. He's one of our best players. He's got a year left on his deal. He's probably going to end up becoming our highest paid player as well, because there's no way that... Actually, I'm out of interest. It's still not even that bad. Although that's nonsense. What the fuck? Yeah, you shouldn't get to be able to do that in an... Also, improve the coaching team. Sod off. That's such bollocks. I hate the fact that they force that shit in there. Because the problem is it'll be locked in as well. But anyway, that's not for now. That's for me to get annoyed at later and off stream. Okay, here we go. Here it is, chat. Youth and take time. So, the deal was a 3.5 star was what I wanted from just at least one player who was 3.5 stars. CNB8OST. I'm sorry if I've fucked your name up, but thank you for the follow. Does Emmett live? Does he live? Oh, what do you reckon, chat? Does he keep his job or not? Is it bye-bye Emmett, hello Todd Cantwell? But watch it be like a 4-star player that's god-awful. Actually, before we do that, is Todd Cantwell firstly still even available? He is. That's good. And... fuck's sake, Emmett. For fuck's sake, Emmett. He's 2-star current ability. Emmett has been given a stay of action. Harv, when you see this. It actually was a below average youth intake. God, look at that. It's 4.5 stars. Zoltan Oroja, and he's called Zoltan. Also, look at this guy here. Even a second player would have met the requirement. Even if this guy didn't exist, the axe is being put in the cupboard. Do you know what, chat? I want the biggest ED7 ever. You know what to do. I'll give you 5 seconds to get ready for the ED7 ever. Come on. I think it's below average on the whole or something, Whoppers. And they just don't count one player being good. To me, that should matter more. Let's go. 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1. There's an English guy in there too. And go. Can't do the smoke machine anymore. Which is a shame. I would just drink awkwardly and bounce. The ultimate motivation, it turns out, was threatening his job and livelihood. Who could have imagined that? Oh, so I guess the moment of truth. I want to look at Yonya first before we get anything else. Oh my god, even he's good! Unambitious, which is annoying. Composure's low, but he's actually a pretty solid player. This is the second guy. He's not bad. Great tent poles. Terrible. What is with the bad personalities on there? He's actually decent. I have genuinely thought about getting a smoke machine, Mr. Progger. Now that I've stopped vaping, anyway. Before I was a smoke machine. Okay. It can be fixed. Yeah, but not without mentoring, and we fucking ain't doing that. We always get a Bulgarian in there, I swear. Let's have a look at Wayne McGrath. I'm just circling. What should be crap? Either way, he's getting a new contract. But is he actually... also CM, but born in midfielder. Which means... Oh! Come on! He's fucking filth. He is absolute filth. Zoltan Oroji, take a bow. Look at the mentals. That's amazing. He has 15 pace. He has 15 pace. 13 tackling, 11 marking. Let's just get Anchor up while we're here. Other than a little bit on the mental stuff, which will come in time, he's the ball winningest of midfielders. The fact that he's 2-star current ability at 15. And remember, he could still turn to 5-star potential once he's been here for a little while. And fairly ambitious, with high determination, good on both feet. He's a Hungarian international. Once he's actually signed up, he'll get him straight in. DM training. Zoltan Oroji. You don't mess with the Zoltan. FM Crowley, thank you for the follow. 17 work rate, 16 teamwork. Aggression, bravery. Look at the mentals. 4 natural fitness is the one problem. He's not going to be able to, like, his career won't be a long one.
Cooper,
but, I mean, hey, it's a blemish on an otherwise wonderful day, isn't it, really? Young Tax, thank you for the follow. Yeah, good on both feet. And not just good, but, like, strong on both feet. Love him. I reckon he's one of those guys that will turn over to being 5-star. Yeah, he'll be dead at 28. He will burn bright, but not for... He's here for a good time, not a long time. My goodness me. Yes. And he's called Zoltan. Any fun stuff about him that we can figure out? He's born in Budapest. Zoltan Oroji. He likes Emmett Doran too. But I bet he fucking does. Zoltan Doran. It's shit like this, which is why I play it. Whenever someone says, how do you stop losing motivation for a save? Not that I'm losing motivation for this save. Getting stuff like this in a youth intake because you want to follow his career. You want him to be good. You want it to be the next big thing. Oh, he's exciting me. What? And remember, he's only 15. So he's actually like 6 months to 9 months younger than some of the other players you can get as well. So he's going to even have more time. And we didn't even see this. He's consistent too. No horrendous negatives here. 5'10". He's not great in the air, but who cares? It's the narrative. It is. It's great. I mean, he's not even a low knee. He's a we need him football type of player, potentially. Yeah, born in 2016 is a little bit scary in it. He's 6 in real life right now. Vinny's and Luther. Luther, rather. Thank you very much for the follow. Right, before anything horrendous happens, save game. Imagine losing Zoltan to a crash dump now. Yeah, this is the youth intake, TZ. We decided to get it done today, and Emmett is keeping his job. In fact, I will get him a new contract soon. Him and Camille Kraus are not that different to each other. He saved his job. Oh, yes, he did. Look, this is who he brought through. This was the best player in the youth intake. I might have to refund your points on that one, Disguise Monkeys. We're just about to get off, so feel free to ask me next stream. I'll absolutely do it. But he's also not going to be in the database anymore anyway, because he must be in his like mid-40s by now in the save. But bugger me, we get to follow the exciting career of Zoltan Oroji. The thing is, 15 years from now, he'll still only be 30. That's kind of crazy. He, for me, I just want to compare him to Camille Kraus for a second before we finish. Out of curiosity. Cheers, FM. Yep. Thanks for that. Really good. Definitely appreciate that. Try again. So, actually, Kraus is clearly better. Yeah, keep him on. We'll keep edging him. Right, so attributes, anchor, which is where he'll actually play. Marking slightly worse, tackling's a tiny bit worse, anticipation's a tiny bit worse, composure and decision. Better work rate though. But obviously, Kraus is better than him, but also Kraus is 4 years older than him. But I think by the time Zoltan is of that age, he could be. The fact that he's even able to be compared to Kamil Kraus is mad. Honestly, to have someone that young, he might be the best player. But put it this way, if we got him through our youth intake 5 years ago, he would be 5-star and probably be like 3-star current ability, honestly. Because look at the squad we've got. He must have over 160 PA, surely. Yeah, the natural fitness is the one thing that lets him down. But like, come on, we can't put a dampener on that fire. Holy shit! I don't know if there is any way you can improve it other than. No, I really don't think you can. I think it might improve with time naturally. In fact, let's just check this. No matter how much it improves, it ain't going to improve that much. I want to see if Montiel's natural fitness has improved at any point during this save. Oh, what? That is very interesting. You can't see this. Let me just... So you'll note here that of all the things on... Now, obviously, it will vary from player to player. It is going up, but not really. So I suspect that he is not... As you say, he is here for a good time, not a long time. Emmett is just dropping all the mic. Harv is going to be the most smug man alive. I'm going to save it again just to be sure. When he rocks up at next stream. Yeah, I suppose the whole point is it's natural, isn't it? Right? Oh, that sucks. We're from 3 to 5. Oh, we'll take that. I'm making sure that we save this. Watch out. Oh, Todd can't... Yeah, cheers. Todd's crying. Right then. That could not have gone better. Like, we got great results in Europe. We're still in a great shape. We'll obviously have to do Leipzig next stream. Because this is way better. This is way bigger than Leipzig. Who are we raiding? That then becomes the question. Huh, so Kev's not on today. Alice isn't live because she was live early and she raided us. Big shout out, Alice. Let's raid David. I think we've raided David before. But we're going to raid David again. David Nieholm, who was in earlier anyway. Oh, so Sunday morning, we get to watch the beginning of the career of Zoltan. You don't mess with the Zoltan. Thank you for joining me today, friends. It's been a really, really fun afternoon. I've had a nice time. Also, Switch Play FM, I would, just as a general note, I would advise against doing what you're doing right there. It will actually probably make people less likely to raid you. It's just one of those things that people don't like being told what to do in that sense. It's just, trust me, it's not a wise thing to do, is all I'll say. Anyway, we're raiding David. Let's crack on. And that wasn't me being, like, I'm just trying to let you know because it's just not an ideal thing. And I will see you guys very soon. I'll see you Sunday morning. Tomorrow night, video with the red cards. That's going to be hilarious, hopefully. And I'll see you guys on Sunday morning for the goodies of Zoltan. And yeah, see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.